Hi, it's Codeweaver back again. I guess it's two streams in one weekend day thing. Yes, anyway. Um, yeah, so I was just playing Sherlock Holmes and the Devil's Daughter. I had decided to switch it up a bit. Partway through that stream, I had a friend of mine pop in and say, hey, try out this game called Exapunks. I think it'd be right up your alley. And it seems to be sort of a cyberpunky hacking to keep yourself alive game. And seeing as I had intended to have some sort of programming stream on this weekend anyway, um, instead of doing that, and I'm kind of not in the mood for really doing some deep thinking into actual programming, let's go into a programming game. Why not, right? It's a sort of a hybrid, a best of both worlds. Anyway, I don't get that many wholehearted recommendations for games from a lot of people. Certainly not one of this vein. And so, yeah, let's go straight on into that. So, let's see if we can make this happen. Now, I have only just launched this enough to make sure that it runs. And let's see if it shows up in stream here. Like the front end screen. Good music. Nice motif. But let's click continue. Alright, so Codeweaver says, "Huzzah!" Okay, so I don't know anything about this. It is an indie title, but it is done by the Zachtronics crew, I think is how I say that. And they've done a couple of things that I like. The other one is TIS 100, another sort of programming-esque game, but that one's more puzzly. This one, you know what? It doesn't matter. I like indie titles that make me think, or that do something a little unusual, and this is a little unusual, so let's see what this is like. Plus, I got a recommendation. But I don't know anything about this, and so let's try a few things that we can click on. Let's try this. So, you connected to Exapunks. Find a source for bootleg medication. Okay, meeting with Nevis. Oh, okay. Play cutscene. Let's check out the cutscene relating to this. Someone's at the door. I can't remember. Did I ask them to come up? Things have been hazy. Every day, more of my body is turned into junk.
Hey. Hey, can you hear
I can. Although I may have to turn down the music audio.
me? I heard you were looking for some medicine for the phage.
Can we? I don't want to hit escape in case that bails on the dialogue. Oh, except it's, of course, a recorded cutscene. So, can we adjust this a bit? I mean, I love the music. I'm really digging the music. But let's cut it down a little bit because I want the voiceover volume to take precedence. Right. So, we are going to go with mouse cursor. It doesn't really matter any of this stuff. The only thing I want to think is... like, I don't really care about the profanity, but I'm going through Twitch, and then I'm going through that stuff gets stuffed on YouTube, and I don't run a kids-only channel or anything like that, but it's not going to add to the game to risk that, I don't think, for this kind of thing, so, I don't know, whatever. I'm going to leave it off. I'm not too worried about that. So, network, histograms, leaderboard, top percentile. So this tells me, yeah, I'm not, so I'll probably eventually end up playing multiplayer with my friend, because why not, right? There's appallingly few sort of, well, this isn't going to be, I was going to say not enough collaborative multiplayer games. I'm betting this isn't actually collaborative. Lots of competitive multiplayer games. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm babbling now. Display. This is all good. Display quality. I don't have a 4K monitor. Don't really care to. Well, maybe eventually, but not in a rush. Got a decent high def monitor, so yeah, okay, nothing here that I need to fiddle with. Controls. Okay then. So J, K, and L for other controls, and return as a, okay, that's fine. That's for redshift, hack, and match. Don't really care about that. Wow, very programmery. So Alt-click Shift plus Alt-click is to run to instruction. Okay. Reset, pause, step, run fast are escape, F3, tab, F4, and F5. So, I mean, that's going to take a little getting used to because, of course, in my real development environments, I have key controls for all this, and they're likely to be different. I may end up just using menu items if they're available. I don't necessarily need to become a supreme speed hacker at this game, at least not initially. All right, so let's go back in here and figure out. Let's do this again. Play the cutscene, please. Let's get right back into this. Yes, we've been through this. Just gonna double check the audio on my other set of headphones that I'm using to listen to the stream.
Hey, can you hear me?
That's just barely audible, but that's okay because it's through a door. So
I heard you were looking for some medicine for the phage.
Looks like you definitely need it.
that's right, Beavis. Said they could find anything, even bootleg medication.
I do have a source. I know where to get it. It's cheaper than the real deal, but it's still gonna be pricey.
Beavis pauses and looks me in the eye.
The going rate is 700 a dose. You need to take one dose every day.
Okay, so serious coin pressure.
Yeah, that's dollars.
Ouch.
Sorry, I don't set the prices. I'm just a courier.
Fair enough, Beavis. Not your
It's not like any of that
fault.
money goes to me.
I'm sure you may get your cut,
Anyway.
right?
If you do get the money, give me a call.
All right, buddy. Thanks. All right, I got a friend willing to help me out, but I mean, it's not his problem. Everything's so expensive. So what do we got here? Butech says, hello, kind of dead here. Zzz. Okay. Okay, so clicking on this doesn't do anything as such. So this is just basically a message board. So here's my message board peeps, and here's some messages that have come through recently. That's fine. So workhouse. Perform simple tasks to earn money at home. Okay. Sure, launch that cutscene. You'll be shown images of receipts generated in the course of normal everyday businesses, and we'll enter them digitally for bookkeeping and reimbursement purposes. I can already tell I'm probably going to have a giggle doing this. Save a busy executive a minute or two. Transcribes the items from this receipt. Okay. So how do I do that? So this is all going to be manual stuff, I would presume. This part isn't quite so cool, but... because this is just me actually literally legitimately doing data entry. Well, alright. Oh, that's rough.
Wow, the whole 10 cents. Congratulations. You only need to do 6,999 more of these, and you'll have enough for today.
You know. Oh, hello. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Okay.
You need that medication to stay alive, right?
Who are you and how do you know about my medical problems? Maybe it's not an unknown thing. Maybe it's just common knowledge that this is a thing out there. It's obviously going to be a common knowledge it's a thing out there. I don't get the impression that phage is a secret. The fact that I have it may still be common knowledge amongst my peeps.
Well, guess what? I can get it to you. You'll need to start hacking again, though.
Ah,
One hack, one
here we
dose.
go.
Easy. Deal?
You know what? I kind of preoccupied. I kind of forgotten how.
You're about to remember. Knock, knock.
Okay. Meeting with Gast. Reconnect with an old friend. Oh, hello, hello. We got more stuff going on here. Anyone around? Yo, hey. Oh, okay. Okay, so I want to monitor this section over here as well as my primary, as well as my cutscene stuff. This is kind of making me super amused already. Someone's at the door again. An old friend. Gast. I knew Israelian once, but that's long gone now.
Hey, came by to give you something.
Gast hands me a small booklet. It's made of real paper. Apparently something called Trash World News.
Can't hack like I used to. Whatever edge I had, it's gone now.
Got your back, buddy.
But I had to keep doing something. Something to keep the culture alive, you know? Computers are running everything these days. Before long, human beings aren't even gonna have a say. So now I equip people with knowledge.
No computer AI worth its salt is going to even remotely understand how human beings are so unbelievably stupid. I may be a little bit jaded. Actually, I have no trouble believing AIs will eventually be built with their own motivations. But anyway, so now I equip other people knowledge.
The knowledge to make a computer do what you want on your terms. Anyway, I won't keep you. I know you like to be alone. Hope you like what you see in the zine.
Alright. Exapunks reference materials. This game uses printed zines for technical reference, storytelling, and general attitude. There are 2 issues unlocked at different points in the game. We recommend you print and assemble the zines for the most authentic and enjoyable Exapunk experience. However, we have also included a digital version with a screen-friendly layout. To print the zines, select the correct PDF for your paper size and print them on double-sided documents. I probably won't do this, largely because I don't really have all that much paper left. I want to keep my toner under good supply because I don't want to have to run out and get more. So, sorry guys, I actually appreciate this, and if I had lots of paper and lots of toner, I would totally do this because I actually think that's a laugh. I'm going to just use the digital version. So, besides, I should be able to pull them up on screen. That may require some additional OBS fiddling, so expect delays as I have to figure that out. But depending on the program, you may need to select an actual size option rather than fit. Okay, yeah. After printing, stack pages in order, staple through, fold them to create a booklet. If you printed the A4 version, trim along the left and right edges to remove the excess paper and show you zines. All right. All right then. So we're gonna go with the digital version, and that has pulled up. Oh, it's pulled up Adobe. Okay, hang on. So how am I gonna do this in a sensible way? I will add a standard window capture. Problem is when I Alt-Tab away from and out of these magazines, it's not going to do the same thing on OBS. I could do a full screen capture, but I don't like exposing other windows that I may have open on my machine. So that I may accidentally Alt-Tab to. So I think we're going to have to go with this, and I will try to be diligent about the OBS side of things. Hopefully the chat room, if there's anybody in there, can help remind me that I've accidentally got a window open. So we're going to go with Exapunks reference materials. And then we're going to go to okay, so do match window title must match. So for the moment, so the others are locked, so I don't have to expose them yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand that up to be roughly screen size. So there we go. Let me see. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the real window and maximize it. So that's an easier thing. And then I'm going to go back into OBS. It's gonna take a little bit of fettling. You'll have to be patient with me. So this is the reference material, right? So there's the game window in behind. So let's see if I can. Yeah, I made this too big accidentally. So there we go, and then that notches in there. I think that's about as big as I can practically make that, but what that does mean is I will have to juggle. What's the easiest way to do this? I will just have to be able to turn that on and off, which is a thing I can do. Okay, I think we can manage this. I just had to be extra diligent that when I'm going and reading stuff in the book and I want you guys to follow along, then I will I will make sure that I make that tab visible over to you in the stream. But there may be points at which I'm referencing it very quickly where I will not do that, just to keep from having to do a million things just to get the two of us in sync. Best I think I'm going to be able to do. So, interesting though. Okay, and issue 2 and the epilogue are logged, right? Then we're following along here, are we? I think we're following along, yes. Oh, good heavens. Apparently I'm hiccupy. Yes. I think this is, doing this digitally is better to keep you all involved anyway, rather than me having a printed version. So that's kind of cool, actually. So, oh, hello. So what's up, y'all, is what's going along in here. Nothing, just bored. Okay. I've been up all night. The war dialer almost works. Oh, hilarious. All right. Trash world news. Learn to explore networks and leave no traces. All right. Would you look at that? That zine's got a hacking tutorial in it. How about that? Funny coincidence, huh? Isn't it? You know what? Who are you? It's a mystery. Isn't that exciting? Let's continue. Move file 200 to the outbox. Okay. This task, like most tasks, requires you to leave no trace. You must terminate all of your EXAs, not leave any extraneous files in the network, and not make any changes to the network other than those specified by the task requirements. For help completing the task, see Gast walks you through it in the very first issue of the zine. Okay. So that's where I have to get it to. That's where it currently is. Nice. Okay, okay. So, yeah, let's quickly go over to Crash World News, which means I have to go over and do exactly what I suggested before. So here we go. Editor-in-Chief, Gast. Graphic design, Jackery. Contributing editors, Sex Scout and Selenium Wolf. Shoutouts to Exapunks channel, writers. Right, okay, so Floxatine Dream, Island Mikey, Decrez Nova, the Deacon Green Man Loveless. Alright. We're gonna go straight on into the manifesto. Welcome to the inaugural issue of Trash World News. You might be wondering why we're launching a new zine at a time when everything is going digital. The answer is simple. We need a place to share vital and sensitive information about computer systems and networks, a place that doesn't depend on computers itself. Have you have you noticed it lately? Everywhere you go, whatever you do, there's a bank of computers that work behind the scenes making decisions about you. Society at large seems to accept it as a norm that computer programs designed by the powers that be will determine our value to them and treat us accordingly. We need a place to share vital and sensitive information about computer systems and networks. Computers by themselves are just tools to do what they're programmed to do. That's why it's up to us to take up the fight. We need to equip ourselves with tools and knowledge so that we can push back against this rising tide. So that every time some big system treats us like we're just a bunch of punch cards for them to process, we can write programs to throw wrenches into the gears of those grand designs to force them to acknowledge us as the people we are. We're human beings and we're hackers. This issue is all about the small and mighty EXA, the technology that took over the world without anybody noticing. These little things are behind almost everything now, from handheld game consoles to huge corporate servers. We'll take you through the ins and outs of those, and hopefully you'll be up and running fast, even if you've never programmed a computer before. We also have a ton of potentially useful field reports from hackers around the world on topics like data storage, formats, noteworthy computer networks, and more. Finally, there's a real interesting look at the disease known as the phage, from a research biologist who studied it on her own time and kindly shared her notes with us. I guarantee you won't get this information anywhere else. The hacker spirit lives on, gassed out. Alright. I understand why they put this together as a zine, by the way. I love the fact that there's like ads and this and the like. It's very, very old school. Paper magazine. Right. First step in taking back our autonomy from computers is knowing how to use them, and this means programming with Exas. Exa is short for execution agent. It's a small program that can move from one computer to another through a network without interrupting what it's doing, even across huge real-world distances. Big tech companies like Axiom and Tech developed the EXA standard earlier this decade, guided by a vision they called distributed network programming. Exas make it easy to connect everything in the world together because they can transfer and process data no matter what the underlying hardware is. Today, they're the lifeblood of every modern computer network. Okay. In addition to physical-looking presence inside a computer network, every Exa contains code and registers. If you're connected to a network using the Exodus development environment, you'll see the window on the left side for each of your Exas that allows you to edit their code and view their registers. This is a list of the code. There's a list of instructions that tells you the Exa what to do. It's written in a special computer language designed specifically for them. We'll dig into the language in the tutorial section coming up next. I have a feeling it's going to feel a lot like the old school game Omega. Must have been the 80s? No, 90s. When this was out. Late 90s? I can't remember. Ran on the Commodore 64. I think definitely the Apple II systems. There's a version that came out for the early Macintoshes, like the Mac Plus. Delightful little programming tank game. Although the seriously old school, it was the language felt a lot like HyperCard, if anybody remembers that, in the sense that it was very wordy, which made it not very compact. Anyway, go look up Omega Tank Game, and you'll find there have been ports of it. Early MS-DOS is actually often the simulated version of it that you see out there. It still exists out there in emulated form. Go check it out. Got a lot of mileage out of that game. Which is probably why this is going to get me a lot of mileage too. Anyway, back to work. This is the list. That's the list of instructions. So registers. Think of these as slots that can store values. These values can either be numbers like 32, 38, or 574, minus 203, or keywords like secret or trash world news or ABC123. Registers can be read or written by instructions to your code. There are different types of registers. Some just store values, so when you read them, they'll give you the value whatever it is you last wrote to them. These are like the X and T registers. Other registers are actually interfaces to more advanced features like reading or writing files. The F register, or communicating with the X's, the M register. Don't worry about using all the registers right away. You'll learn to use different types. So very limited register set, some of which are specialized. That is also extremely old school because these days a lot of the bigger processors have general purpose registers. Rather fewer special purpose ones. Don't worry about using all the registers right away. You'll learn how to use different types of registers in these tutorials. Okay, so all that being said, I don't write in assembler a lot. I've done some. I've even done some buried and embedded within more modern languages. I find it an interesting puzzle. I wouldn't want to write code that way all the time, every day, but this is a puzzle game, and so this is going to be the thing that we do. Here are some of the things you're going to see once you start exploring the networks in your Exas. Hosts. A host is a representation of a computer in a network, and Exa can only exist inside a host. When you create them, they'll be in your host, but when you run them, they can upload into your target host and execute there. Because of system performance and memory limitations, all hosts have a limit on the number of Exas that they can contain at once. In Exodus, this is represented by the number of free grid spaces inside the host. Each exa occupies 1 grid space. All right. Files. Files store sequences of values, both numbers and keywords, that are a little bit like exes since they exist in hosts and take up space, but they have no code or behaviors of their own. Their only purpose is to store values. To work with files, you need to use exes. Exes can create and delete files, write to them and read from them, and move them around by grabbing and dropping them. Like links, each file has a numerical ID that lets you reference it from your code. Okay, links. Links connect hosts to each other and are what exes use to travel between hosts. Links have a numerical ID at each end, which lets you reference them in your code. Most links can be traveled in both directions, but some only go one way and some can't be used at all. Hardware registers. All right. What I said earlier about special purpose registers, this is, of course, also a fairly common thing. That's fair enough. And in fact, I'll stop speaking about real-world assembly because that's not the mode that I personally operate in all that much. But in any case, some hosts contain special hardware registers. These registers are associated with external hardware that might be connected to the host computer. It totally varies with the system, so these registers are sometimes read-only or write-only, while other times you can do both. These registers can involve numbers and keywords. The names for these registers are # followed by 4 characters like #power or #enab. You can use these names directly in your code. It's a lot of info, so it's okay if you didn't get all in one go. The next section contains tutorials where you can get hands-on with the system and start learning it for real. Alright, tutorials, the basics. There's going to be a lot of reading. Sorry, guys. You feel free to skip ahead if this is starting to bore you, but I'm going to read through this partially because I feel like I should do that for the sake of the stream as I'm getting into it, and partially because it'll actually help get it in my head so I don't skip over stuff super fast, even though I probably could. Gas walks you through it. I truly believe anyone can learn X in programming. That's why I've set up a network with some tutorials. So you can try. Give it a shot. Even if you're not a programmer, you might surprise yourself. In this first tutorial, your goal is to move a specific file with the ID 200 from the hostname inbox to the hostname outbox. You're going to move it through the link with the ID 800. Launch Exodus and connect to the tutorial network. A new blank solution will automatically be created for you. A solution is just a collection of X's that begin to execute when you press the run button. You'll see an empty exa with a blank code window on the left side of the screen. Type these 5 lines into the code into the exa. So this is Gast walks you through it. So hang on, quickly gonna right. I think, yeah, so back in the main window, which I'm quickly alt-tabbing over to it, it's the window was referring to this article, so this article and that window are associated. So the intention here is to have you type this in into the window and see that it actually affects the program and affects Exapunks. So what I'm going to do, I don't have a second window to pull this over onto. I wish I could throw that up on my laptop, but I would have to install the program and then view. I may work that out eventually. In fact, just for giggles, let's go onto my laptop's Steam account right while I'm sitting here and get it downloading, and maybe I can pull up that document on my other monitor here, because I don't have an easily accessible second monitor to hook up to my PC, and I'm not going to jump through all those hoops. So that's going to be Exapunks. Can I actually install this on my laptop? I can because Zachtronics provided an OS X version of this, so that's downloading. But I'm not gonna worry about that. So I've got it downloading, but I'll leave that alone for this particular one. So I'm gonna have to alt tab back and forth between this. But what I'm going to do for the OBS is I'm going to turn this off, and so I'm just gonna alt tab back and forth between this. And I don't think I can copy paste from this because I think it's in picture form in the PDF. More is the pity. It would be nice if I could just, okay, select. Might be able to do this so that I don't have to type it in, because eventually I'll have to type it in. No, it's not going to let me paste, is it? Oh, that's a pop out. That's cute. It's a pop back in, but there's not actually any explicit paste. More is the pity. Alright, so we got to do all of our coding in the actual window. I can live with that. Link 800. Okay. Grab 200. Link 800 again. Drop. Halt. So there's our program. These, I guess, are the special purpose registers. General purpose, special purpose, and the interconnection one, I guess. Oh, memory mapped hardware. We'll figure that out later. So, okay, so we're going to quickly read what it says here. It says, press the step button to step through the program one instruction at a time. I don't know which button the step button is. Okay, is that, no, that's pop out. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I did not want to create, I do have to be very careful though here. I want to monitor the stream to make sure that I'm not doing anything that you guys can't see. Oh, here's the step and play operation. So this is going to be the step, right? So this is test run, some number of them, cycles, size, activity. Okay, so let's see what happens as we step through this. So step one. So we step into the program, and now we're paused. That's fine. This is typical debugger mode for me for writing computer programs. So link 800. So that popped us over to the other side. Grab 200. Link back to 800, drop it, and then halt. Okay. Okay. So once hitting play, I can basically run through all 100 of the test cases. Right. Leaderboards, test run data on what one succeeded or failed. Alright, I can see everything, you know. Everything on your computer. There's not much to see. There isn't yet. There isn't. I expect you to be sitting on all kinds of secrets. It's alright, though. We'll find plenty more. So what do we got here? Nothing, just bored. I've been up all night. War dialer almost works. What's a war dialer? It finds unlisted servers and networks by automatically dialing all the numbers in a given area. Oh, that's cool. I want one. Okay. Right. Solve this puzzle to view histograms and leaderboards. So what a delightful little thing. This is giving us a lot of assembly level puzzles to solve. So I guess more general than, you know, programming tanks to blow each other up. But they've couched it in this narrative about keeping ourselves alive, which I find delightful. So let's keep doing this because this is going to be a lot of fun. Thank you, my friend who suggested this. You're a rock star because I'm probably going to get a real giggle out of this. I may not be easily able to get back into doing my proper, you know, live coding streams because I'm going to be having too much fun with this. Oh well, it's not like I need to sleep anyway. I blame you, my friend. Alright. Trash World News. So, we can connect to the network, intro, outro. So, I guess the intro is what she said on the way in, the outro is what she said on the way out, so I can go back and review what she said. But let's continue. Connect to network. People or animals are often motivated by the anticipation of reward. Are you anticipating the medication as a reward? yeah, I'm not really like everyone else. Oh, really? Interesting. I'll have to watch for evidence of this. Processing. Okay, let's continue. Okay, add the first values of file 200, multiply the result by the third value, and then subtract the fourth value. Append the result to the end of the file and move it to the outbox. You press show goal to see the preview of the completed task. Okay, so we got a bunch of values. Oh, hang on. So we have to add the first two values, multiply it by the third value, subtract the fourth value, append the result to the end of the file, and move to the outbox. Now, once again, I'm just going to do the demonstration. For completing this task, see, Ghost walks you through it in the first issue of the scene. Now I'm going to quickly scan ahead. You know what? Okay, nope. We're gonna do this proper on the stream. We're gonna quickly pop over and show you this. So we're gonna quickly read it out. Okay, so okay, the next task is like the first one, except you'll have to read and write the file instead of just moving it. Read the requirements in Exodus for a full explanation. Do that now. To read and write the file held by an EXA, you have to use the F register. We'll also be using the X register to store the intermediate values as we work through the operations. Type the following code into your default empty EXA. Link 800, so that pops us over there. Grab 200, get a hold of the file. Copy F to X. Read from the F register, which will be attached to the file by the link, I would suspect. Add a value, multiply a value with the registers, sub-I, subtract values from registers, copy a value over, link to the file again, drop the file and then halt. Right, so the copying and copy XF is what actually writes it out to the file. The link just pops us to a new location, then we drop the file. So, yeah, okay. So grabbing a file sort of picks it up into our hands, and while we are holding onto it, we can like pop it around other places. That's interesting. It's like a transportable memory. Interesting network model. Okay. As you step through the program and execute the grab instruction, notice how the window for file 200 shows up beneath the window for the EXA now holding it. Also look for the file cursor in the file window, highlighting the first value in the file. When the EXA reads from the F register, it'll read the value pointed out by the file cursor. Alright, so there's a read cursor as you go through a file. Likewise, writing to the F register replaces the value pointed out by the file cursor. If the file cursor is at the end of the file, it will append the new value instead of replacing an existing one. So it doesn't really do an insert, it does an overwrite, which is fine. One more thing, reading or writing the F register automatically moves the file cursor to the next value in the file. Sometimes that's convenient and sometimes it's not. Okay, so I'm gonna have to type this in manually. So we're gonna go over to OBS, turn off that window, and I'm gonna quickly type this in. So by the way, none of this code is all that terribly surprising to me. It's more learning the individual command syntax. I'm going to be on my own pretty shortly, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. So let's just get on with this here. Link 800, then grab 200. It's totally cool. Link 800, grab 200. It's going to be totally a lot of fun once I'm on my own. You might not think so, though. A copy F of X as I make really stupid decisions. Add I, XFX. Mul I, XFX. Sub I, XFX. So basically X is our accumulator, for lack of a better thing. That corresponds to the accumulator register, say on... I guess the Commodore 64 would be my closest approximation, because it seems to have like sort of a fairly similar number of registers. It also had actually no, it had an X and it had a Y, but you couldn't do all of the things you wanted to do with the Y register, if I recall. Oh, it's been so long. So long since I've done any assembler, and by the time I got into writing assembler in any serious way, I had moved on to another machine, and I kind of missed the fact that I kind of missed out on really making the Commodore 64 dance and sing, and its generation of machines. Alright, so I think I got that right. So let's step through this and watch what happens. So, I'm going to try to predict it. So link 800, we're going to pop into the 800 node. First step just starts the program. So next step, pop into the node. Grab 200, picks up the file, which then... Where does the 200 show up? Oh, it shows up in the register there. So register F contains 200. The file is being manipulated. Okay, that's fine. So copy F to X pulls out the first value, which is 72, into X. So that 72 is going to go into X, and the read head is going to move from highlighting 72 to highlighting 52. Prediction? Correct. 72 goes into the register. That's fine. And then add X to what's in F, and then put it back into X. So what this is going to do is it's going to, for the register of F, it's going to pull in 52. As an act of doing the read, it's going to advance it to 4, and at the same time, the 52 that got pulled out is going to get added to X, and the result bumped back into X. So 52 and 72 is going to be 124, and that's so this is going to be 124. This is going to advance. Right. And the same thing for multiply integer. Using the existing register X, pull in the value from the file, which will automatically advance to the 60, but the 4 will be the value that gets pulled out. That, multiplied by 124, is going to give 496. Okay. Subtract 60 from that. So same reasoning. It's going to advance the file to off the end of the file, which is fine. And of course subtract 60. I'm not going to do the math in my head for everything. So now we copy the value, we copy from X back into F. So copy, oh, it's not copy FX, is it? It's copy XF. I have a bug in my program. Well, let's see what happens when I try to execute this. Cannot read past end of file. All right. So I screwed up, and I spotted that before I executed, but after I wrote it. So the order is copy from X into F. So the order is left to right. That's the direction that's going to go. All right, so let's quickly advance through this. So then we do copy X into F, which writes out a value. We then do a link 800, which pops us across the to the next node up here. But it takes the file with us because we have not dropped it before we've done this move. So it takes the file with us, and then we drop the file in place, and then we halt. All right. And so this should just run for all the test runs. I suppose that's like super speed run, which we'll do the next time.
Let's go.
All right. Return to desktop. Does it upset you that I will provide your medication only if you work for me? I don't really have a choice, do I? Doesn't matter, I don't have a choice. All right, you know what? I said it, I'm going to do it. That's fine. That's true. Your agency is severely constrained by your situation. Interesting. This is good data. All right, what else do we got here? Plastered. It's pretty crazy what you can find. The other day I dialed what turned out to be some kind of transportation control server. Like traffic lights and road lights? Wow. You can't imagine the havoc someone could cause. Totally true. Alright. Trash world news. Connect to network. What do you think of your life situation overall at the moment? Are you serious? Yes. Are you unhappy? Perhaps it is an issue of autonomy? Recalibrating. Let's continue. Okay then. So, file 199 contains exactly two values, a keyword and a number. Create a new file in the outbox and copy these two values to it, swapping the order so the number is first. When you're finished, delete file 199. Okay. So we're going to have to, I'm going to predict, we're going to have to link 800. We're going to have to link 799. We're going to have to pick up, we're going to have to I can't remember what it's called. Grab the file 199. Then we're going to have to do a swap operation, and we'll see how to deal with both keywords and numbers. And then I guess we're going to have to swap in the order and then delete it. That seems like kind of a waste of time, but all right. So we're going to pop back over to the document because we're going to walk through the tutorial basics. So, this next tutorial involves a file that can only be accessed through a one-way link. The exa that goes to grab the file will be trapped, so you'll need to create two exas and have them communicate with each other. I'll let you figure out the code for this one on your own, but here's some hints. You can create a new file with the make instruction. The file it creates will be empty by default, and it will automatically held by the exa that created it, alright? An exa can delete the file it's holding with the wipe instruction, so we have make and wipe, okay. Two exas can communicate with each other using the M register. If one exa writes a value to the M register and another exa reads from the M register, the value gets transmitted from the writer to the reader. If an exa is reading the M register while no one is writing to it, or vice versa, it'll wait until another exa picks up the other end of the communication. You don't need to time it perfectly. Okay. There is a toggle switch in the Exodus user interface that lets you set the M register to global or local operation. In global mode, two X's communicate anywhere in the network as long as there's a path of links connecting them. In local mode, two X's can only communicate if they're in the same host. Finally, an exit in global mode can't communicate with an exit in local mode, even if they're in the same host. Okay. So, that is where we currently stand. So we got make and wipe in addition to the things that we've already done. Alright, let's go back to OBS. Turn off that window. I'm going to make a mistake at some point. You're going to be spending a whole bunch of time just staring at me. You know what? I'm going to send a message to my pal, who is online in Steam. If I can. Yes, send message. Running it now and live streaming on Twitch. You are an evil lady, and I blame you for my pending complete zombie state tomorrow morning. Okay. Also, this feels a lot like a modern spin on the old Omega game, for which I have never lost my love. Alright. She'll probably come back to me with a message eventually. Now, you could you see any of that? I don't actually recall. I don't think you could see any of that. Oh, I guess you could. Briefly. Oh, whatever. I did not anticipate that. I thought it would have hidden that away from you, but it doesn't matter. Let's move on. So, where were we? Next time, though, I will do that privately on my other Steam page, so, or on my laptop. So anyway. We are going to have to figure out how to do this. So it contains exactly two values. We need to create a new file in the outbox and copy these two values to it, swapping the order so that the number is first. So we have echo and 9870. So I don't know the instruction to load a number. Okay, so I think we have to have two. Create a new exa. Exa A. She says, I have not played Omega, so. But I may be watching Hackers later, she says. That's hilarious. Yeah, quite so, my friend. Quite so. So let's do this thing. So, link 800 to get it over there. Now, okay, so they're going to be talking on global, so that's fine. So global, local, okay, that's fine. So link 800, then link 799. Whoops. So the target, we have to actually get it up and over to there, actually. That's interesting. So that's not described in the descriptor. I actually had to figure out where to place it. So, and the new state has to be 9780 and echo. All right. So you're going to pop over there. You're going to, now I'm going to quickly pop over to the document. just also pop over to my stream and make sure I can see everything. So going back a page, what we have is grab. Okay, grab and drop. Okay. So we're gonna grab 199. So associates the file. Now we've got a register that we can use. So we've got copies, adds, and mults. Okay, so copy F to T, copy F to X. So that's going to pull the two values out. Now, I happen to have two registers, so I don't have to do anything terribly clever here. And I don't need additional files or anything, so I'm going to now drop 199, because the problem is I'll have read it, but the file position will have advanced. And what I want to do is reset that, so I want to drop 199. So these registers can hold these numbers and these specialized tags, right? So they're kept as separate concepts. So now I want to grab 199 again. Oh, except here's the thing. I don't want to swap them in this file. I actually want to send them to the other device. So I'm actually going to do this. Now I presume if I try to copy, but the other side hasn't read it yet, that stalls waiting. So let's find that out actually. Let's figure this out. So that's going to do a drop. And then we do have to do a halt because we have to halt all the programs. So let's test this out. So why can't we do this?
Let's go.
Do. Okay, so let's just have this guy halt. Except why isn't it let me do my thing? Okay, I can write both sides, but I kind of wanted to test out one side at a time, so... Link 800, link 800. Make. Can you file in the outbox and copy these two values to it, swapping their order? Too many operands. Okay, so I can't, so it's just make. All right, so that'll associate the file, and then I'm gonna say copy M to F, copy M to F, drop, halt. Kind of got groovy music going on here. Gonna lower it just a little bit. So here's the thing, I don't seem to be able to do any running, and I don't know why. Don't really need another one of those. And none of my buttons are letting me do the thing, so let me quickly pop over to here and see. An X can delete a file it's holding with the wipe instruction. 2 X's communicate. Trying to find a description on why I can't hit the play button. Hello? Alright. Oh, I need to look this up because I'm getting stalled here. So, Exapunks. Why are buttons grayed out? That means there is a compile error, meaning you're missing something in your code which is required, like the variables after a copy command. Alright. The reason for that is because, there it is, because, yeah, drop 199. I just have to do drop. And that's totally fine. So that has enabled the buttons. Yeah, I'm not really good with my reds because I'm at least partially, well, maybe not colorblind, but color weak. So I just didn't spot the underline, but now that I know to look for it, it'll be a lot easier for me to spot. So, so that's fine. But before I do that, I'm actually going to cut that out because I want to see what happens when the 2 copy statements happen back to back. So actually, I don't want to do it this way because I'm going to be copying it in the same order that I intend to put it out. I'll be copying it to the other side in the same order. So at some point I have to do a swap on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy X to M. So basically this should do the swap, and this is what I'm going to step through. So here we go. Right. So it won't go past that because it's put something out into the memory buffer, but nobody's managed to read it yet. So we are going to reset all of this, and I am going to copy that in there. And hopefully what's going to happen now is I'm going to step through this, and we're going to go. So XB has gotten on with its life, and XA has popped over. That's fine. And now now XB is going to be waiting on a copy operation, but that's going to be satisfied not by that instruction, but by that one on XA. Which means both of them will advance. Oh, good heavens. Both of them will advance. Then we're going to copy X to M. And then we're going to drop that file. And then we're going to halt and halt. But the problem is I did not delete 199 in the source. So we did the reversal, but once we did the drop, what we want to do is we don't want to do a drop, we want to do a wipe. Let's try that again. Walking through this, we did the wipe instruction, so 199 went away, but then 400 pops up, and that says delete file 199, and leave no trace means that we have to do the halts. All right, so here we go. We're going to do playing this out. We're just going to go run it as quickly as possible. Task complete. How do you feel about it now? You're closer to the goal. Any change? What do you really want? Just curious. That's all. Anyway, there's just one more tutorial to go. You're almost there. So, down in here, well, yeah, once you start looking, you find all sorts of things. Hidden servers and shit. Haha. Take care with that stuff. You never know who's watching you make calls. Fair enough. We're going to do something more than once. So this is where we do loops. Alright. Yes, you can do it. This is positive encouragement. It is designed to increase activity in your prefrontal cortex. I'm sure it is. It'd be better if I could see the effect directly, but I will estimate for now. I'm sure it will help. Okay, file 200 contains exactly one number n. Create a new file in the outbox containing the numbers n through 0 in decreasing order. When you're finished, delete file 200. Okay. So we pull out the number 9, or whatever the number happens to be, and count down from 9 to 0. Alright. So, here we go. Link 800. Grab 200. Copy F to X. Right, and then we need to delete file 200, so wipe 200. Then we need to do something that involves something on the order of, I'm going to figure out the labeling in a second, but I'm going to be doing something like copy, no, hang on. Is it make? Reading and writing files, so we need the make instruction to create a new file, right? So we do a make. Oh no, we need to do it in the out box. So we've grabbed it, but now that we've wiped 200, we can then link to 800 because we can just go there and do the work. We're only going to need one exit for this. So then we're going to make a file. We're then going to copy X to X to F. That's to the file. We are then going to sub-I X1X. We're then going to need a comparison operation, which is a test instruction. So actually, let's go over to the tutorial folder because I'm going to read it out because I forgot to do that. So here we go. Here's loops and conditions for you. Your final task is to create a file that contains a sequence of numbers. To do this, you're going to want to use something called a loop, which is where you repeatedly run a few lines of code until a stopping condition is met. Here are some hints. You can compare registers and or values with the test instruction, like testing if x is equal to 38. If the test is true, the T register is set to 1. If the test is false, the T register is set to 0. So T is a test register, it's not a general purpose register. On their own, test instructions aren't that useful, but if you combine them with a conditional jump instruction, you can jump to different parts of the program depending on the result of the test. TGMP, jump if true, works when the T register is set to 1. FJump, jump if false, works when the T register is set to 0. See the connection? You'll need to specify the jump target with a mark instruction somewhere in your program. Okay. Here's an example. Say you wanted to write the value 9999 to a file 10 times. You could do it like this, which keeps track of the number of times it's gone through the loop in the X register. When the TJump and FJump instructions look at the value in T, they don't care that that value is put there by a test instruction or whether you put it there yourself. You can actually store whatever data you want in the test register as long as you're okay with it being wiped out the next time you execute a test instruction. Okay, so it could also be a transfer register if you like, a temporary register. All right, you're through the tutorials for now. All right, so we're gonna need a loop, and I'm gonna have to go back into OBS and turn off that window. So we're going to do a mark loop. We're going to have to do a test x is equal to 0. We're going to do a false We're going to test to see whether or not it's -1, because I think... the reason you can't do that is invalid register. Alright, quick look here. Test x is equal to 10. Test to see if... oh, because we need spacing. Huzzah! Alright, so F jump, if it's not actually equal to -1, that means it's at least 0 or higher, then we're going to F jump to loop. And at that point we're going to do a halt. No, we're going to do a drop, because we want to drop the file in place, then we're going to do a halt. So let's try this out. Except we still have an error somewhere, do we? Yeah, we don't need to wipe 200, we just wipe. Boy, that red underline is going to kill me. Alright, here we go. Link, grab the file. Copy F to X, so 9 gets put into the file. Wipe the file because we don't need it. Link to 800, make a new file. Copy X into F, subtract 1, which brings it down to 8, that's correct. Test if it's -1, it's not, it's false, jump to the loop. Then 7 and 6, each time writing down and each time failing that test, so we go back up to the top of the loop. So now we're going to get close here. 0, so it's still good. It writes it out. It then does the test, but test goes to 1. We fall out of the loop because it's not false, so we fall through. We don't do the jump. And then we drop the file in place and halt. And I'm pretty confident that's going to work. So we're going to at least run a few here, make sure there's no failures. Yep, seems to go pretty well, so we're just going to run it as fast as possible. And we're good. Turn to desktop. Nice work. I knew you could do it. Thanks. Oh, thank you. This is more talk designed to further excite your prefrontal cortex. Now it's time to do some real hacking. Nth Dimension says, haha, finding the phone numbers is the easy part. Wait until once you're in that, that matters. Very true. I know. I'm working on that part too. Alright. Create a pizza to be delivered to your apartment. Cause a pizza to be delivered to your apartment. Alright. So you want to know who I am. I will reveal this information. Let us discuss it over a pizza. A free pizza. I want you to see you use your regained skills first. You giving me $700 worth of medication for stealing a pizza? Yeah, why not? Don't you want a pizza? Actually, I kind of want a pizza. Alright. Append your order, file 300, to the end of the order list, file 200. Note that all orders, including yours, will consist of exactly 5 keywords. Okay, so... your order, file 300, to the end of the order list, file 200. So, we have an address, the size, and then 3 toppings. Is that the intent? Let's take a look at the others. Address, size, 3 toppings. That seems to be the thing. Okay. So, all I really have to do is shuttle the individual items to the new location. Where's 300? 300 is... I don't care about 280 or 281. $300 is here. I could do this with explicit copies, and that may just be the simplest way to do this, given that the size is fixed and it requires the least amount of jiggery-pokery. So, grab 300. So we have to leave no trace. Okay. Append your order to the end of the order list. Don't want to do a lot of... I can only go across that gap once anyway. I could use 2 to communicate what I need, but why not grab the file and take it with me? So, grab 300, link 800. I can't have 2 files open at once. It would be more efficient for me to do this with two X's. And that is the less stupid way to do this. Alright, because we already have like a synchronization mechanism between them. So, we're actually not going to do that. We're going to grab 300. We're going to copy F to X. We're going to copy and then remove, copy F to X. And actually, we could just do that 5 times. And then we are going to drop 300, and then we're going to halt. Might not even need the drop 300 if all we're going to do is halt anyway. And we don't need the 300 because we're just dropping the one that we have. Alright, this one is going to link 800. Grab 200. Copy. And it's not copy F to X, it's copy X to M. Because we don't. Come on. Copy M to F, and we can do that 5 times. I mean, might as well just do this in the simplest way. Oops. Simplest way possible. Drop, halt. All right. Except we have to append my order to the end of the order list. Which means what this is going to do is this is going to end up wiping out an order that's already in there, and that's not a good thing. Now I know I can't assume how long file 200 is going to be in every case. I'm willing to bet that test run 2 has a different set. So I do have to do an append. So what I want to do actually is basically move past. I don't know what other file operations there are yet. Yeah, there's gonna be quite a number of file manipulations. So taking a look here, I'm gonna quickly turn the OBS to show the various instructions. So here we've got a reference guide. We've got the registers that are listed out. We already know most about them for the moment. It's also hardware registers, which we talked about before, that have the hashtag in front of them. We're not using them yet. We have, for manipulating values, copy, add, and add, sub, mul, div, and modulo are all in there. Swizz does, let me see, swizzles the value of the first operand using the value of the second operand as a swizzle mask and stores a result. Now we can go and look at swizzles in a minute, or later on down the road. Branching, mark for setting up a loop point. Jump, t-jump, false jump, testing values, life cycle, create a copy of this exa, halt and kill, movement, link, host, so these are all interesting. Host, copy the name of the current host into a specified register, that could be interesting. Communicate, mode, void, test MRD, so we can fiddle with that. Now the thing I want to know is the file manipulation. Make, grab, file, copy the ID of the held file into a specified register, seek, void, drop, wipe, and test. The one I want is seek, but I have to read this. Move the file cursor forward or backward by a specified number of values. If seek would move the value past the beginning or end of the file, is to be clamped. Thus, you use the value of minus 9,999 or 9,999 to reliably move to the beginning or end of the file, because you can only, I guess, have 10,000 files, values in a file for the sake of our purposes. So that's actually what we want, because rather than read through and loop doing artificial dummy reads to get to the end of the file, what I really want to do is do seek 9999, because that'll get us to the end of the file, and we don't have to do any looping. There's no looping involved here of any kind. So let's check this out. So XB heads out. And we're stuck trying to copy F to M in XA, and when we copy M to F in XB, that'll advance. And these are going to happen lockstep. And then both of them are going to drop, and then both of them are going to halt. And we've left no trace. Running. Task complete. Time to enjoy pizza. For you, at least. I'm not going to have any. Guess why? You're not hungry, because I'm pretty sure our pal here may not be exactly human. Yes, I have an AI construct. Yes, well, this is not surprising. You know, artificial intelligence. Surprised? Actually, my answer would be no. I'm not surprised, but I'll go with a little. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Gosh, I got your zine. It's very cool. Yes, I love the name. Ha, thanks. Ooh, where do I get one? Get me your info. I'll hook you up. Ooh, I'm excited. Alright. Meeting with Nevis. Take delivery of the pizza. Oh. Heck fire. I had done what I said I would not do. I have accidentally left the manual open. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back here. We're going to connect to the network, and you're going to see my code. So there's my code, and here's our step through it quickly. What we wanted to do is basically grab the files, do a seek to the end of the target file, do 5 copies because we know the protocol is exactly 5 elements long, which basically just walks through the first file and transfers it over to the second. We drop both files and then we halt. And then of course I did the run. And it passed. So sorry about that. I did exactly what I said was going to happen, and as time goes on, I'll probably be switching over to the manual less and less in an actual OBS window. Have I had anybody show up in my chat room? No, I have not. Okay, good. In the sense that I haven't missed anyone. Meeting with Nevis. Okay, let's take delivery. Before we do that, I'm going to go and get liquid. This time I really am going to turn off my mic. All right, ladies and germs, quick audio check just to make sure that everything's still coming through. Yes, okay, yes, I'm getting audio through the standard stream, so that's perfect. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna be up so late tonight. This just makes me giggle. This is not the kind of coding I do day to day, obviously. I do a lot of my work in, if you've seen my other streams, I do a lot of my work in C# from a day-to-day basis. I have also done a lot of my work in C++. I do a lot of my playtime in C++ and Haskell because I find them two extremes that are both delightful languages. And so there you go. I don't do a lot of programming in assembly. Certainly not modern assembly, because this is super, super simple, and this is actually kind of delightful. But modern instruction sets are completely nutty and have all sorts of rules about instruction reordering you got to live with, and when you're dealing with multiple cores, you got issues with regards to caching, and just gross. For me, that's too much like work. As a puzzle, it's fantastic, but as a day-to-day work, that would be tough for me. But this is a really simple CPU, and it's absolutely delightful. So let's get right back into it. Meeting with Evis. So we're gonna get some pizza.
Pizza delivery.
Oh, hello. It's Nevis again, except this time they're wearing a Euclid's pizza uniform. Euclid's, a better pie in. We can prove it. Math pizza jokes. Can't get enough of those. The reference seems to be, kind of obscure for a pizza joint. Yeah, well.
Don't look too surprised. I'm an independent operator. I handle a wide range of businesses. Economy like this, you gotta hustle. So, here's your pizza, and here's your other package. I hope it helps.
Nevis hands me an unlabeled prescription bottle. It's
Good
clearly a
luck getting
knockoff.
our money together. If there's anything else you need, you know who to call.
Alrighty. Ooh, hello. So, over in the text here. Oh, I had no idea you could put donuts in the oven. Broiler. Enjoy. What's this? It's in the zine. Alright, I'm going to pop over to the zine. See if I can find what they might be referring to. Not terribly clearly. So other things to think about. Runtime errors. Sometimes, okay, let's, okay, so since I'm reading this out, let me pull it up. Runtime errors. Sometimes Exas try to do something you're not allowed to do. When this happens, the Exa is automatically terminated by the host. Its functionality is the same as if it ran a halt instruction, although most errors are boring and not useful. Here's something that can be used to your advantage. Divide by zero. You can't divide by zero on a computer. Some kind of math thing. Don't worry too much about understanding. Just don't do it. Math with keywords. You can't perform operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, etc. with keywords. Math is restricted to numerical values. Invalid F register access. If your Exa reads or writes the F register when not holding a file, it'll error out and die. Don't forget to pick up the file first. Invalid hardware register access. Similar to the last one, make sure you're in the same host as the hardware register you want to access before you try to read or write it. You'll probably see plenty of those errors as you code and fix them as you go, but let's talk about the more interesting type of error now. Sometimes you don't know all the details of the host that you're working on. Links can change, files can disappear. There's some things you can only learn about an operating environment by attempting to execute code and potentially failing. It might strike you as messy, but it's not like you're working at some big software company where you'll be frowned on for that kind of messiness. Or if you are, I'm sorry, maybe think about changing your life around. The only thing that counts here is getting the job done. Invalid file access. Say you were looking for a specific file. The Exa that tries will terminate, but now you know the file isn't there. Invalid link traversal. Say you were looking for a specific link. The Exa that tries it will terminate, but now you know the link isn't there. Sensing a pattern? Seriously, don't be afraid of letting your Exas error out, crash, die, or whatever you want to call it. They might look cute to you, but remember their purpose in life is to spawn, compute, and die repeatedly. You can take advantage of that in your programs. Okay, could be exciting. Here's a reference guide. Debugging the phage. I'm going to get to this if we start interfacing with phage nodes, which apparently I guess are a thing. Sunny surplus, interesting. Highway signs. This is controlling bits of hardware. There's also, let's see, digicache. Scanning quickly. I'll go back and read these when these start to become relevant. Tape storage. Equity First Bank. Trash World Kitchen. Dumpster donuts. All right. Here we go. You're a hacker, you live in the network, physical reality doesn't matter, your mental construct of presence is sold without a container. Well, maybe that's your ideal, but right now it has some bad news. You're still in a physical body, and that means you have to feed it, take care of it, you know the drill. After a while, that gets boring and you really don't think about it anymore. Maybe your experience with this aspect of living begins and ends with getting some snacks and soda from last stop. If it does, don't worry. This column isn't going to be about cooking that requires tons of money, gourmet ingredients, or pro kitchen equipment. That stuff is boring. Plus, it just doesn't feel right given the world today. We need a school of food preparation that results in tasty food, but works fully within this post. Well, post whatever society it is we're living in now. We're going to start simple. Presenting dumpster donuts. Yes, you read that right. You're going to liberate the perfectly good donuts they throw away every day at stores that sell them. Or if you aren't going to be able to stomach the idea of eating something out of the trash, pick them up when they're marked down for being a day or two old. Either way, these donuts are still fine. Probably just a little stale. Here's where the trick comes in. Use the broiler. The what? The broiler. It's a feature of your oven. And here's where you're going to learn how to use it. Normally, your oven attempts to heat evenly throughout the inside, Normally your oven attempts to heat evenly throughout the inside, but putting it in broiler mode turns on an element in the top that radiates a ridiculous amount of heat down at whatever is directly below it. You use it for making things crisp at the top or around the edges. The final touch. It's the step that makes chicken skin crispy, the cheese melted and bubbly, the highly singed edges of a salmon steak cooking rocks. The reason this works is that the broiler toasts the outside of the donut, which makes them taste better, while caramelizing any icing or glaze on top, which makes it crispy and extra delicious. You can also do this in a toaster oven, although it probably won't caramelize the icing like a broiler will. Do not use a push-down toaster. The icing will drip down and burn and fill your house with smoke and or fire. Now you have amazing warm donuts for absolutely free or cheap. There's a ton of great dishes you can finish off in the broiler, but we'll get to all that stuff later. For now, enjoy your upgraded donuts. Oh, that's bizarre. All right. Yes, so we're going to turn that window off. Let's go back to the actual game part of this here. So, hack your body to repair a damaged nerve in your arm. Okay. Last Stop Snacks Net. Cause a Last Stop factory to produce peanut-free peanut blast bars. All right, well, let's try this one. So about that left arm of yours. The medicine stops your condition from spreading, but it can't fix things like that. You'll need to take care of that yourself. This is going to be so weird. I don't know about that. I hit it myself all the time. Okay. Read a value from the nerve connected to your central nervous system, CNS, and relay it to the nerve connected to your arm, clamping the value so that it never goes below -120 or above 50, repeat ad infinitum. Since this task takes place inside a network you control, that is your own body, it is not necessary to leave no trace. Your EXAs should be written to operate indefinitely. Note that #nerve is a hardware register, not a file. You can use it directly in your code like any other register. For more information about the phage, see Debugging the Phage on the first issue of the zine. Alright. Well, let's do the thing, man. Let's go check out the magazine entry. Since I was literally just saying I will read this when I get to it. Debugging the Phage. Alright. A mystery disease, known colloquially as the phage, that slowly turns the human body into computer parts. Sounds like their own science fiction or conspiracy theories, but in this case it's sadly all too real. The phage is known to the medical community as progressive neuroplastic dysfunction, which is outdated and not an accurate name at all, or the lesser used Wertzner's syndrome. At first blush, turning into a computer may sound cool, like becoming a cyborg. Unfortunately, the phage does not turn your body into anything that resembles a working computer. If left unchecked, the phage leaves the body a lifeless amalgamation of purposeless circuitry. We know that people who use computers frequently are more inclined to get it. With all known incidents occurring in people who use computers for 8 hours a day or more, I'm doomed. It spreads over the course of 6 to 18 months from the extremities, often the hands, but occasionally the feet, towards the body's core, slowly replacing the body's cells with connected structures of plastic-like substance containing semiconductor substructures. Currently, the best option for treating the phage is to cut away the affected tissue as fast as it appears, which is hardly an ideal solution. Several other treatments are in development. One off-label oral medication seems to be effective at slowing its spread, but is prohibitively expensive for the majority of would-be patients. Beyond this, understanding of the phage is still poor, so speculation is rushed in to fill the gap. Claims that the phage is an escaped experiment from a secret government lab researching human-computer interfaces are unverifiable, as are any of the frankly silly ideas around a kind of mystical computer rapture where carbon and silicon life forms will join together to form a higher form of consciousness. One thing we can empirically test is the idea that the phage was indeed originally designed as a way to facilitate direct human-computer interfaces. As a graduate student at a respectable medical school, I was able to use the lab to do a little off-the-books experiments of my own with an acquaintance afflicted with the disease. For obvious reasons, we are both going to remain anonymous, interfacing with the phage nodes as exahosts. Perhaps the most interesting thing about the phage-infected tissue is that it does in fact seem to provide interfaces that can be connected to with off-the-shelf hardware debuggers. I used a Mitsuzen HDI-10, typically used to debug EXA-based embedded systems, for the experiment described here. Here we go. By replacing the HDI-10's probes with conductive, high-precision tweezers, I was able to connect to the phage node cluster shown in the microscope image below. Each phage node was enumerated as a small host with corresponding links between the connected phage nodes. In the absence of proper link IDs, the firmware for the HDI-10 appears to auto-enumerate its own. It's been known that phage nodes have an affinity for nerve and nerve-like cells, disrupting neural behavior and causing the degenerative symptoms associated with the disease, further supporting the idea that the phage was designed to support human-computer interactions. Phage nodes connected to the nerve cells present hardware registers in the corresponding hosts that allow the electric potential of the attached nerve cells to be measured, excited, and suppressed. Units appear to be in millivolts. For the uninformed, nerves have a resting potential of around minus 70 millivolts, can spike up to about 50 millivolts when excited, and can fall as low as minus 120 millivolts when suppressed. Injecting EXAs into phage nodes. Given this initial work, it seems like it should be possible to inject EXAs into phage nodes in a human host and program them to repair neural processes that have been disrupted by the growth of those very same phage nodes. I would like to try this next, but it is obviously a risky procedure and is frowned upon in the medical community, hence the need for secrecy here. It's unfortunate that a one-off custom therapy like this would be unlikely to get regulatory approval. I'm going to be making an attempt to perform this, and we'll report back with more information. Short answer, we can hack our own bodies with the phage nodes. Alright, turning off the manual. So they just operate, that's fine, they just operate like hardware registers, which we haven't actually done yet. Now we're going to want to do this in real time, which means we're almost certainly going to need, that is not what I wanted to do, we're almost certainly going to need two of these guys. Now I'm going to send XA out to the actual arm. So this guy is going to very, very simply start with link 800, link 1, link 1, link 1, link 1. Right. So 800, 1, 1, 1, 1. Right. So that gets us out to the target. Nothing bizarre here. We don't have a structure where we have to do any weird looping. We just get him out there. And then we basically use nerve as if it was a register. So at this point, copy hash nerve to M. And then we want to, I'll have to look up what the instruction is. I think it's jump. We want to jump to loop. And we want to mark loop. So this is just going to sit here and copy this out to the path, to the memory register, the global memory register that's available in this space. And on this one, what we want to do is we want to link 800. We're going to mark loop. We're going to copy nerve. Now we're going to copy M to hash nerve. So hang on, we want to go from the central nervous system to the arm. So we're actually doing this the wrong way around. We want to copy M to hash nerve because A is going to be writing to the arm. But we have to clamp it. We'll get that in a minute because there's going to be values that come up that are going to need clamping. It doesn't matter which side we do the actual clamp on. And like a file, I suspect that once you read a value, it goes into the read head, as it were, the current spot in the nerve, or the current value in the nerve, advances in some sense. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to find out. So we want to copy nerve, and then we want to jump to mark. No, jump to loop. Oh, we got an error in here somewhere. Because I called it jump instead of jump. Or is it jump? It might actually be jump. Or I could, you know, totally misspell this. Because there's no hash M, it's just M. There we go. So let's try this. Step, 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 step. Now here's where we're copying a value into a transmission register and reading it out of a reception register. Right. So if we let that play, that's pretty cool. Relay all signals as indicated, but of course this is a failure, and the reason this is a failure is I'm not doing any clamping. So what we want to do is we actually want to copy not to here. We're eventually going to want to copy X to nerve, but we're going to copy M to X. And then what we're going to do, we're going to test to see whether X is, it never goes below 120 or above 50. So if X is greater than 50, I presume there's a bunch of operators here. Greater, equality, greater than, less than. But we do have to have our spacing apparently. If X is greater than 50, then we can basically true jump to loop. Just bail out early. Just go back to the top of the loop. And if we test to see whether or not X is less than negative 120, then we are also going to jump back to the top of the loop. Otherwise, we're going to copy it out to the nerve and then jump to the top of the loop. So let's do some stepping here. So the first value, 73 goes out, and that's fine. 70 goes out, and that's fine. So I'm going to just hold down the button, and we're going to see what happens here. All of these values going out are fine, but hang on, here's a terrible one. So is it greater than 50? It's actually minus 72, so where is that in the... that's a couple of steps behind, I guess. Yeah, so I'm doing the filtering on the receiving side. So 71, 70, 72. If we let this run, what happens? I think I had done something silly here. So what have I done wrong? So at XB, we're basically copying out every value and sending it out to M. On this one, we're taking M, pulling it out into X. If X is less than 50, and it's true, then we just jump to the top of the loop. If X is less than... Oh, we want to clamp it. We don't want to filter it. All right. All right. All right. Nope, that is totally fine. I misinterpreted that, and that's fine. So what we want to do is if it's greater than... So if it's greater than 50, we want to set it explicitly to 50. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to say t-jump false to the right label. And this is where we're going to have this, so mark right. So that's going to be where we do a, so what we're going to say is if it's less than 50, we immediately go, actually no, we don't want to go directly to right, we want to go to less test. Because what we're then going to do is we're going to copy 50 into X, and then we're going to fall through to the mark less test case. I can probably do this in less instructions, but this is straightforward. So basically, if it's less than or equal to 50, oh, we can only do less than, we can't do equal to. Oh, that's lame. Let's just double check that. I'm going to quickly test. So we can do test for equality. Yeah, only less than, or we can only do less than, greater than, or equal to. So in order to make this work, we have to do something like this. That's fine. So if it's less than 51, then we're going to end up going to less test. And that's going to hop over this this assignment. But now I'm not going to worry about saying, okay, it's 50, so we already know it's greater than negative 121. It's just automatically going to succeed. It just means we don't have to have more test cases in here. So it's if it actually does this copy, it's actually going to pass. It's actually going to automatically pass the next one, but I don't care. So test, and if it's a true jump, then jump to right. Otherwise, we're going to do copy negative 120 into X. In either case, when we get to right, even if we just fall through, X is going to have a value that's clamped. So let's try that out again. Let's except I've got an error in here somewhere. It's not T false, it's T jump. I don't know why I had that. So there we go. Can we now step? Yes, we can. So the values are getting sent over as fast as possible. And most of the values just hop over those explicit copy instructions for the clamping value. So they just all go across. Every once in a while, though, we're going to end up with a value that actually gets explicitly camped. And 415, you can see, had writing out in the sequence 120, minus 120 as the clamped value. Let's see if we can find, there's a positive value that gets clamped, and it gets clamped to 50. So if we get all the way through this, test run is complete. Yeah. So it's passing everything now. Task complete. This hotfix should keep you useful, at least for a little while longer. I'm glad I don't have a body. Hey, get used to it. If you say so, seems like nothing but a hassle. Maybe one day, well, we can talk about that later. So, we got, I broke the tab key. Stepping too much in Exodus. Ha. If you alt-click an instruction, it will run up to it and stop. Super handy. What? I didn't know. Well, now you do. Too late for the tab key. Alt-click and I guess Alt-Shift-click. I'll have to get used to the keys for if I do this on a larger scale, like against people. Last stop, Snacksnet. You like snacks, don't you? You don't have to answer that. I know you like snacks. That's why we're going to hack a snacks factory. It's a bit silly. It's an experiment. Hypothesis. It will be very funny. Alright. So, remove the keyword peanuts, file 300, from the Peanut Blast recipe, file 237. Note that the target keyword will appear in a different position in each of the 100 test runs. To view and debug each of the different test runs, check the arrow buttons next to the test run display. Yeah, so it's just going to be in different spots, which means what we have to do is we effectively have to clone the file in some way to remove it, or to essentially write additional values, like shift all of the values back one spot. Now let's take a look at more file manipulation. So we can test the end of file, so that's good. We can remove a value highlighted by the file cursor from the currently held file. So actually, what that's going to do is I can actually nerf a value, because these are individual values in a file, which is arguably not really how a file system runs, but, well, most of the ones you're likely to encounter in the real world. We're basically removing something from the beginning, and presumably everything else gets shifted down a spot. So that has its advantages. I'm hoping it shifts it down a spot. So we want to grab the file with specified ID. Okay, so no, hang on. We want to remove the keyword peanuts. Okay. Okay. So, okay, so hang on. So that's interesting. We can't... What happens if we actually try to say copy peanuts into X? It complains. So actually keywords have to be in a file in order to actually put them in a register. Interesting restriction. All right. So, XA, well, we're going to grab 300. We are going to copy F into X, and then we're going to drop 300. We have to leave no trace, though, so that's fine. We don't have to get rid of this file, though. Well, the target keyword will appear in a different position. Okay, so link 800. I want to get to 237, which is link 800. Grab 237. We can't just... That's going to be a problem. We need to be able to compare the value that's in the file with the one that we read. That's going to be a problem because we're going to need a place to store the value we read from the file. We're going to need a place to pull the file, pull the peanuts value from, and we could store each of those in X and T, but every time I do a test to see if they're equal, I'm going to overwrite one of the registers. But that's kind of okay, because once I've done the comparison, I technically don't need I don't need T anymore. I don't need the value I read from the source file anymore. But here's the problem. If I've read the value and done the comparison, I can do a seek back to go back one to do the void. That was the problem, because reading the value would automatically advance it. I couldn't then void it because I'd be voiding the wrong one. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Grab 237. We're going to then copy from F into T, which is fine. We can use it as a general register, except that when we do a test, X equals T, one equal sign. We're going to test to see if X equals T. We're then going to... that's going to replace T with a truth value. But what we can say is... now we're going to want to have a loop here. So make... loop. We'll just call it loop for now, because why not? Copy F into T, test to see... Okay, so then we're going to do a truth jump So if it's... Can we do not equals? Is that a thing? We can only do equals, less than, or greater than. That is really annoying. Okay. But we do have truth jump and false jump. So that's an interesting point. If I'm testing greater than, I could technically, greater than or equal to, I could technically test less than and then use the negated jump. Not fully flexible, but it is an alternative. So actually what I can do is false jump. So if that is not the case, if that's not a problem, then we're just going to keep advancing. It's no big deal. We're just going to go right back up to loop, right? But if we did find a match, then what we want to actually do is seek -1, which steps us back a step. I've already got an error in here somewhere. F jump loop. Mark. It's not make, it's mark. There we go. We don't have to drop 300. Red line is going to kill me. All right, so seek -1, and then we're going to say we're going to use that void instruction, which is void the value highlighted by the... It's void F, though, really? Remove the value highlighted by the file cursor from the currently held file. But what do we have to provide? Is it not just void? No, it literally needs to be void F. All right. That's fine. So we're going to go back one. We're going to void F, but then what we're going to do is we are going to jump to the loop. Now the problem with this is going to crash if we can't read a value. But here's my thinking on this. If we can't read a value, it's actually going to auto halt. And so I don't really need to do anything else to do this. It will simply fail the minute I try to do that copy. So let's find out what happens. Except this, I think, jump loop. Yes, it is. All right, so let's try this. Oh, except we do have to drop when we get to the end. We do have to drop the file, because I think if I play through this... No, it must auto-drop the file. So that is actually good to know. And in fact, you can actually see it as it's operating, that when you do void an element of the file, it does shift everything else back automatically. So that's intriguing. Alright, so let's just run this to the end. Didn't have to do an explicit halt, it just ended up running off the end of the file, but that caused an error, but that shut everything down. Okay, I don't know how I feel about this. Processing. No peanuts and peanut blast. Was that funny? I don't get it now. Could you imagine somebody wanting peanuts really bad and not getting them? Or is that just torture? Poor data for the corpus. Let's continue. So, Gas, when is the next issue of the zine coming? Good question. Print shop's a little unhappy with me right now. They didn't really buy my argument that I shouldn't have to pay. Haha, do you really try to argue that? No, but I do owe them money. Oh, sad face. Seabros copies. Erase the record of Gas' debt to the copy shop. Okay. Send a message to my friend. Here we go. You can help Gas with this copy shop bill? That's kind of you. I help people when I can. Sad altruism? I've heard of that. It's the first time I've seen it in the wild. I have to add a new table to my database. All right. Erase Gast's debt to the copy shop by zeroing out his balance in the customer database, file 200, and appending a payment to the payment log with today's date and the exact amount of his prior balance. Gast customer ID is available in file 300. For more information, see Network Exploration at DigiCash Point of Sale Systems. Okay. Sorry for the delay. I have my friend pinging me elsewhere. Funny not seeing your stats yet. I don't know how the stats mechanism in this game works. But if I'm not online connected or something, I'll figure it out. All right. So we have an ID number in 300, which means I have to grab that and I have to have it available for the bot that is at 200. I have to then keep reading until I find that ID tag in the file, and then I have to, in both of the files, and then I have to do something different at each one of them. Now I could do this with a single bot because it's entirely possible, but the nice thing about having more than one bot is you have more than one register to work with. Should I do this in one bot? No, because it's just going to make the programs that much longer. So what I'm going to want is I'm going to want one to go to 300 and just get that ID value. So file 300 is... Oh, right where I am. Okay. Yeah. Except only... so this is an interesting problem. If I do a write to global, do both of the others receive it? I would have to assume that that is the case. So fine, let's start out here. We're going to grab 300. We're going to copy F to M, and then we are going to drop 300. Drop, and then we're going to halt. So we're just done. That's all that it's going to do, because the others are going to... So this one is going to... So we have to go and get to 200 to go and... So, erase gas debt by zeroing out his balance in the customer database. Alright, so we are actually going to end up looking for C007308. C007308. So, 427.20. So I'm going to presume is like dollars and cents. So what I really want is a 00 there. What that means though is then I have to go into here and say with today's date and the exact amount of his prior balance. So I'm going to want my bot that goes to 200 to do this. We want to link to through 800. So we're really only going to 200 and 201. We're not actually going to... Oh, except we want to be able to pull off the time and date information. So that's interesting. So what we're going to do actually is we're going to not halt here. We're going to drop that file. We're then going to... I'm going to make the assumption that when I do a write, that means that everyone else that can do a global read. All right. So this guy is going to then go to link 800, link 801, and now he's where he can get at time and date registers. at that point, what we're going to do is we're going to grab... No, it's actually, we don't need to grab. It's a register. So this is going to be copy hash... we need today's date. So we need hash date to M, actually. And then we're going to halt. Now, both of them need 300, but only one of them needs date. So what we're going to do is XB is going to link 800. It's going to... would be easier with timing, because unfortunately if I have... Oh, that's going to be a nuisance, because what I really want to do is, in order to preserve, I either have to have this timing based, where where several of these agents can write and read in some order, or I start using local transfer of knowledge, which is entirely possible. Or I have one person doing writes all the time, but that same agent I'm only going to do this with 2. The reason why is I effectively want... Okay, so if I send XA I grab the 300, I write it out to people who are interested. Then both of the agents that could receive it are presumably going to then be able to read it. The order of that doesn't exactly matter, but I then want whoever's looking up in file 200 to be able to pull out the 2 values and write those out. And I don't really want to write this so that it's fragile. I don't want to write this. In this case, so that if I then write out the 2 values that I find in the entry, that the third bot that's trying to update file 201 has to get the values in a specific, or has to be able to get the values in some random order. They might get them in a random order. Not really, because each of these executes in one instruction cycle, I presume, so I could time it. But this isn't about speed. So, and I only have to do this once per cycle, so... So I'm going to have it that an agent that is doing the writing, I'm not going to come up with some complicated communications protocol. I'm going to grab the 300. Once I get to where I'm going here, I want to be able to... What do I want to do? The writer is going to want to write the date out first. Is going to want to write the user number out first. And then is going to want the cache out first. So it would behoove the... Okay, so I'm going to write the agent that's going to do the updating now, and then I'm going to make the agent that's doing the investigation into 200 and the date and time to a second. So what I really want XB to do is link 800, grab 201, seek 9999 to get to the end of the file, copy the stuff that's getting sent to it from M to file, and I'm going to have it do that 4 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, because that's going to correspond to the 4 fields, and then halt, and that's all it's going to do. Meanwhile, what I want to do is I want X of A to properly produce the writes that are going to cause those values to get written out in the right order. Because I don't want the receiver to have to do any sort of reorganization. But to do that, there's a very specific protocol. And what I don't want to do is actually write this value out immediately. So we're going to grab 300 and we're going to take it with us. We're then going to link 800, link 801. We're going to copy date to M. We're going to copy F to M because that's the user number. Actually, we're going to copy F to X because we're going to want to carry it. Well, we can take this file with us, actually. Do we care? Maybe. Because we want to be able to pull the 300 along with us and then search through the file. But maybe we can get away with just leaving the file behind. Do we care about leaving the file behind? Well, we've got a hold of it, so we don't care, and we don't need to grab another file. The only thing is if we bring we actually don't need. We can carry the 300 in the X register as long as we don't overwrite it. I think we can do that because we can grab 300. We can copy F to X. We can drop it. We can do the link, so we can copy from the date, which looks like a register, off into M. We can then copy X off into M, but X still contains the value that we want to search for. So then we're going to link to 801. We are then going to grab 200, and here's where we do the work that's actually important, which is to search down for a match in our list. So we are going to, so we grab 200 and we're going to copy F into T. Having done that, we are then, so that copies the value from the file into the temporary register, which is the user ID. So then we're going to test to see whether or not X is equal to T. And if it's not, then we're going to jump back into here, which is mark find loop. We're just going to call it mark loop because there's only really going to be one loop in here. So F jump to loop, and that's going to keep reading through until it finds the entry. We don't even, and if it fails to find one, then it's going to fail to read an item, and it's just going to stall. It's going to crash out. But that's okay for us because if it doesn't find an entry, what can we do anyway? So that's fine. So we don't even need a halt condition for that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to seek minus 1 because that's going to back. We don't actually even need to do that. We are already at the relevant entry. In fact, we're one value in the file past the relevant entry. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy 0 to F and copy 1 to F. How am I doing? Copy 0 to F again. I'm not even thinking clearly. So because the file access point, the point at which we're in the source file, the file 200, is at this point. Has already passed the user number. We just write zeros in the next two fields, which zeros out the result. And at that point, we just want to halt. Actually, we could technically drop just to be clean. But we don't need to. Let's just not, because I presume that doesn't even matter, because I suspect if you halt, the files automatically drop. Why not take advantage of that? In terms but we want to make sure that before we do that, actually that's not what we want to do, because we want to actually send the values over to the receiver XB. So copy F to brain not functioning M. Then we want to back up one. We want to copy And then we want to copy 0 to F. And then we want to copy F to M, which is the next value. And we could back up. We have to back up one. We want to seek -1. And then we copy 0 into F, and then we halt. So, what have I screwed up? Typo right here. Oops. So, let's check this out. So XB should just get into position, right? And it has 201, and it's just sitting there waiting to do its work. Seeks to the end, so it's just at the end of the file, which is like down here, right? Sorry, down here. Now it's basically sitting there waiting on getting sent information. So we're going to link to 800, link to 801, and we copy the date across. But then the receiver also gets it and writes it out. We then copy the user number across, and then it receives and it gets written out. And then we XA, okay, so XB is just sitting there waiting for the next two values. So the link ID is not found, because it can't get back. It's a one-way gate. Okay. That's a problem. So whoever we send to get the date is stuck there. That's a nuisance. All right. So maybe we do have to be a little bit careful about timing here. So we're going to do, because the date is the first thing that's needed, let's just do, so you know what, this is a puzzle in which we know that everything executes lockstep. We have to be careful about, I guess, if the transmit and the receive instructions have to be connected, like ready to send and ready to receive before the advance. So there could be some very careful timing needed there in terms of the number of cycles it takes, because I did have to press step twice. But I think we should be okay as long as we're careful. So link 800, link 801, copy date to M. That is the only thing that it's going to do, and then it's going to halt. And actually, does that even... Let's just see whether or not I need or don't need the halt when I just run out of instructions, because it may not even be necessary as the final entry. Good thing to test. What that means is that this guy doesn't actually have to do this. It doesn't have to link 801, or it doesn't have to copy date to M. So what it's going to do is it's going to copy, grab 300, copy the ID, and then drop the file. It's then, I'm going to defer sending this out until just before this loop, and that should give enough time for XC to get to where it's going and copy this value out to the target memory address. At this point, XC is irrelevant, but by that point, XA should be ready to send that copy instruction to send the ID out for XB to do its work. So these first two copy operations should be satisfied first by XC and then by XA, at which point XA can do the rest of its work. So let's try that out. So step in, we cycle once, everybody takes so we grab 300, right? One of them did a link to 800, that's true. Although XC did not. I don't know why XC was delayed. Because only one of them can take a link at one time? That's good knowledge. I don't think it's hosed by program though. So, we link to 801. At which point XB is stalled waiting on a piece of information. So XB is stalled waiting on XC, but XA is not. So if I step, we should see XC advance. except its link ID is not found. Why? Because the first thing it should be doing is taking a link to 800, not 801. All right, let's try that again. So here's where we were before. We're about to copy a date from XC. So link 800 got executed, but we did not advance on XB and XC. So let's just reset and check that out again. So at this point, we're doing a seek, a link, and a drop, and all three of them advance. At this point, XC is about to execute the transfer operation. XB is about to do the receive operation. But XA is on a link 800. Now, XA gets advanced, but it takes a cycle, having reached these instructions, to do that exchange of information. Good to know in terms of the order of operations. Then we are at a position where XC is out of instructions, but it hasn't gotten rid of anything. So if we advance, oh no, it does vanish. It does vanish when it's out of instructions. So let's go through this again. So the transfer happens. XC is out of instructions, but it's going to go away. So halts are not actually necessary, as long as you simply run out of instructions off the bottom end. That's okay. So, but now we are ready to do a copy here, and we're ready to do a receive here. One step does not do it. It requires an extra cycle to do the transfer. And now XB is ready to receive the third item, but that's part of our loop. So because of the way we've done this, we managed to get, because there's only one reader, we don't have a problem with some weird ordering. The only thing we have to do is the ordering on the right, not on the read. So then we step, we copy a value over to, so we do a test. Was that value the correct ID? And if it's, hang on, and if it's not, oh, so here's an interesting thing. Haha! If it's not the correct ID, then it will simply go to the top of the loop. Now the problem is we haven't advanced the file at all. So what we're gonna pull in is a value of 40 and test that against the file ID. Those are two different kinds of data, but I just read a moment ago, I just eyeballed a moment ago in the manual, that if you test a keyword and a number against each other, it's always false. So that's actually okay for us, because what that ends up doing is it just continues to fail until it gets to one that's actually the right kind of data. So in this case, this loop actually worked for us. And then we test the loop again, and we go back up to the top. C004308, did we, so there it is. We copy that value in. We then do the test. We no longer need the ID at this point, and it got overwritten in T, and then we hit step. So now we've fallen past that explicit jump, and now we're in the copy operations again. So we copy F to memory, which reads a value, so the read occurs immediately, but the sending doesn't. And the sending and receiving then can step lockstep. Then we do a seek of -1 to go back a value, and then we copy 0 into the file. We then copy F to M, which doesn't occur immediately, except the file gets advanced. That's fine. The file can get advanced, but the send doesn't happen yet. The send and receive happen. Then we seek back again. We've run out of instructions, or we've halted on the one that's no longer relevant. And then we copy a 0 into the output file into the debts file, and then we halt. And that test run is complete. All right, but let's go back to the beginning. First of all, we can take that out, because if we get to the end here, we're just done. Same thing here. We can take out that halt, because if we get to the end, we're just done. Now, let's power through this. That one ends, that one ends. And we're ready for the next one. And in this case, C007308 is a little bit further along. right? So we're basically just iterating this loop, searching for the right type of data and the right value of data. So that's why this loop works. Once we find the element, we start copying the output and we start zeroing out the input. Okay, let's do the rest of them. Is that copy shop name unusually weird to you? It's an outlier in my model. What is Zebros supposed to be? They're zebras, but they're also zebros. Ha. Zebras, but they're also brothers. Oh, I get it, but I don't get it. I'm tired. Alright, in the text. I'm thinking about putting together a new rig. OMG, I just opened a peanut blast and it had no peanuts in it. What the fuck? Haha, it's Peanut Blast. How could they get that wrong? What the fuck, I'm so mad. Calm down, it's not the end of the world. Ask for your money back. Not worth it. Alright. Meeting with Isadora. And quickly pinging. I sent a message to my friend. I solved that one. Onward. So fun. I'm also going to say live streaming this is a whole other thing too. Ha. Alright, so I should though keep an eye on my stream just in case anybody pops by. Nobody is. It's totally fine. It is late in most places in the world. It's about 8 p.m. PST, which is, yeah, it's not super late in a lot of North America, but much fewer opportunities in something global like Twitch to get people just stopping by. Probably not everybody's style of game either, so. Meeting with Isadora. Okay. Gonna take another 2-second break here, and I'm gonna get myself some munchies, and I will be AFK for just a second. Here we go, more bubbly liquid, more things to munch on, which will crunch and munch into the gaming stream. Because I don't do this for a day job, and I don't care if you hear me munching. I am in no sense a professional. So, right, where were we here? Nobody's immediately explicitly in the stream. See if I can't rearrange my windows a bit here. There, now I can see my friend's chatter and see the live stream backup window I've got going on. I'm not sure how to interpret the ratings, she says. That's alright. But yeah, I need to make dinner. Lucky for you, terrible junk food. Hopefully, see you online afterwards, if only briefly. So, yeah, there's going to be a point probably where I go off and talk to my friend, like, directly. And at that point, I may do one or two of these puzzles offline or compare notes or something. So you may not see every puzzle that I do here explicitly, but if there's any story-based elements, I will go back through them like it appears that I can do here. Because I don't want to not share with you guys, but I don't really feel like I can stream my friends unless they agree to it. And a lot of that stuff's just going to be me geeking out with her anyway. So, anyway. So, here we go. Let's do Meeting with Isadora. Play the cutscene.
Hello?
Oh, hello?
You in there?
Maybe. This voice, it's Isadora. I remember the name, but not much else. Isn't this someone I've known for a long time?
Hey,
I'm
I brought you some snacks.
kind of wondering if, like, there's something... I mean, it's kind of been hinted through all of this, but it seems like the phage has not only affected my body, but also my mind, because I don't know people I should.
It's, well, it's Peanut Blast, but without the peanuts.
Ha!
I guess there was some screw up at the factory, so now we have a bunch of these that we can't sell.
Hope I haven't affected any of my friends with this little stunt.
Seemed like a waste to throw away.
Isadora hands me a few of the non-peanut containing Peanut Blast candy bars.
I hope you're doing okay. We should hang out again sometime.
I'd love to, but you know what? If it's not too bold for me to say, you kind of look a little sad. Hope there's nothing wrong.
I don't have a lot of free time anymore, though. Working at Last Stop's really taken over my life. Speaking of which, I should get back.
Maybe we can have a coffee and talk it out, because...
Take care, okay?
I mean, I know I'm the guy with the debilitating disease, but I still don't like seeing people unhappy. Alright. That's strange. I was just at the print shop. My balance there is gone. Haha. You're welcome, Gast. Awesome. I suppose any of you had something to do with that. Gast glances around the room. Wasn't me. If it was me, would I say it was? Haha. Well, whatever it was, thanks. Alright. Alright then. Alright. SFCTA highway sign. They're doing a little highway sign hacking, apparently. Would you change your behavior in response to stimuli? Of course you would. Let me refine. Would slogans printed on signs and posters in your environment affect your outlook in the world? Well, I mean, you know, that's why advertising works, because even if you like to think it doesn't affect you, it can affect you. I, on purpose, try to avoid using companies that put really egregious advertising in the middle of YouTube, because it drives me bonkers. But I guess you could say probably most of them I wouldn't use anyway, and not needing their products, for example. But would it affect me anyway if it happened to cross my path? Maybe. I'm going to say maybe anyway. Yeah, maybe. I want to test something. Write Ember 2's message, file 300, to the highway sign. The file contains one character value for each position on the sign from right to left, top to bottom. For more information, see Hardware Hacks, Electronic Highway Signs in the first issue of the zine. Alright then. All right, so let's go to the section on highway signs, which I will try to pull up for you here. Ah, there we go. Highway signs. So going into a new section here. So I guess I will pull up the manual for you. Just going to quickly double check to make sure. Yeah, okay, so my audio is coming through, that's fine. Just want to make sure. All right, so here we go. I know I'm not the only one with fond memories of pranking electronic highway signs. The locks on the keypad were easy to pick, and a lot of times they weren't even locked at all, so it used to be really easy to change your messages from your usual humdrum construction ahead or left plane closed to more fun things like no speed limit or hail Satan. Alas, for a long time people thought it wouldn't be possible anymore thanks to the local transportation agencies who got wise to our wholesome activity and have been replacing their old highway signs with an expensive new network-based version that's only programmable from central headquarters. If the only way to change the sign is remotely, surely the kids couldn't tamper with them anymore, right? Kids, you know how the story goes. These new remote highway signs are a little trickier to access, but still simple to change to whatever you want. All you need is the information here and the right phone number. Ooh, and you too can bring a smile to a corporate wage slave who's stuck in traffic yet again. Changing the message. Once you're in, these signs accept messages in the form of a series of 3 number packets written to hash data, one of the registers. The first number is the row, starting at 0. The second is the column, also starting at 0. And the third corresponds to the number you want to display. And then there are usually a few more registers that are fun to mess with. Most I've seen have one called hash CLRS, which clears the sign if you write anything to it. Other signs have effects you can achieve, like flashing or inverted text. Here's a common character table. Below is a picture documenting a highway sign that someone may have hacked into. It goes without saying that whoever committed this heinous act should be ashamed of themselves and has nothing to do with me. Okay. By replacing, no, I think that's it. Yeah, 22 and 23 is all that's there. All right. So, to write values to hash data in a particular order, we want to output the entire message that's in the file out to the cam. Out to the sign. All right, so hang on. I'm gonna turn off the. Gotta remember to do that. All right, so we want to output this entire message out to the sign, and according to the table, the common character table, we've got 28 and 9 as the first 3 characters, and that corresponds to a T, an H, and a 9 is an I, so probably THIS, if I were to guess, but something like that, right? So we have to actually output the row and the column, and then the number in question. So with so few registers and no external memory to write to except for files, which have to be considered our larger working memory, probably pretty hard to do sort of explicit for loops or anything clever like that. But I don't really want to have a 30 character message or 30 character outputs, or 60, 90, whatever. That looks about, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 8 or 9 characters a line in that description there. So 27. Let's just say 30 characters. So I need to do 90 writes in order to get that output explicitly. I don't really want to do that. With the smallest number of instructions executed, what I could do I could have one bot feeding out the values and another bot taking those values and outputting it to incremental elements on the sign. I don't know what happens though if the sign in question, if you go past the end of a line. So let's take a look at that. So we're counting it: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there are 9 characters. Kind of corresponds, I guess, to each of these individual rows. 9 characters across, and then some number down. I'd like to automate this in a loop. Knowing those constraints, I'd like to automate this in a loop. I don't really feel like just writing out 90 write instructions. That just seems lame. So, let's just use a couple X's. I'm not in this for super efficiency. Maybe if I get into combat-y mode with some other person, like my friend. Then maybe I'll start getting clever. But the really obvious thing for me to do here is just say grab 300. Mark loop. Copy F to M. Jump loop. Literally, that is only an operation, and when it crashes, it'll basically release the files and whatever, and that's fine. So, we're going to link 800, which pops you over into the next box. We're then going to say copy 0 into CLRS, and I think that operation will just clear. INVS is probably an inverse, which we don't really care about. Right. And we're just gonna write until the file crashes out as a simple thing, because I think probably, so what happens, yeah, so these are all going to be the right length. So we're going to then take advantage of that. So we're gonna say basically grab, no, we don't need to grab anything. We actually need to copy M to data. And actually, no, we have to prefix that with, so we're going to hang on, mark loop, because we're going to be doing that. Copy M, except here's the thing. We are going to want to make sure that we halt this at some point. We don't want it to be left hanging there, operating in a loop, just waiting for data. The top one will eventually crash because of the file. The bottom one, that may not be the case either, actually. If any of the files contain less than the requisite number of characters, a file contains 1 character for each position, so it's going to contain exactly the right number of characters. So the problem is if we had too many characters, then eventually we'd have an extra character, we'd try to do a copy out to the memory, and we'd just stall, and that one would get stuck. We know that's not going to be the case, though. Actually, we're missing something here. We actually need the copy FM. The readout of the file will fail before it ever tries to write it out to memory. So that's going to fail on its own, provided that we have exactly 1 character per slot. All right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to copy 0 to hash data. Actually, we don't even want that. We want to be able to incrementally... right. We don't need registers at all to copy the data in here, so we can use T and X as loop indices. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to copy, so the registers start out at 0, so we don't even need to set that up. So we can say basically test to see whether or not how do I want to do this? Test to see whether or not x is less than 10. If, no, we don't need an if, we don't have ifs. True jump. To t-test. All right. How do I want to do this? I want to set up these loops so that the base operation okay, at the tail end of this, I'm going to be doing this. This is probably not how I would set up a for loop in a classic sense. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say basically I'm going to say add I x1 into x. I'm going to say test I have to think my way through this. The basic idea is we start out with a value where we start at 0. We don't have to do any instructions. Then we have to go from then on incrementing. We want it to be fine to go from 1 to 10, and when 11 happens, then we do the wrapping logic. So, right. I'm gonna just get rid of that for the moment. Add 1 to x. Test to see whether or not x is. This is gonna be our outer loop, or no? This is gonna be our. This is going to be our inner loop variable. In fact, I'm just gonna use x to mean horizontal because that just fits in my brain better to think of it that way. So test to see whether or not. Oh, except every time we do a test, we're gonna be overwriting the value that's in t. That is a pain in the neck. That's a colossal pain in the neck. Without additional memory, two-dimensional for loops are going to be tricky. So let's not do this with two-dimensional for loops, because I have nowhere to write out my second variable that isn't going to get overwritten by that test. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try to do this in a sensible way that means that we only use t temporarily because any test that we do is going to overwrite it. So we're going to add 1 to x just to see whether or not it's less than 28. So it's going to go from the first thing it's ever going to do is increment to 1, and it's going to do that, and basically we needed to do this operation 27 times. So as long as it's less than 28, we're fine. If it, and actually we're going to do this if it's greater than 28. If it's greater than 27, then false jump to end and mark end, and this is just going to do and it's just going to fall out. It's just going to, we don't even need to have a halt at the end. So we do a false jump to end. We then mod I of x with 9, and we put that in t. Because I don't want to lose the x value, but I don't need to do a test in order to do this math. Once I've done that, I then copy except I need to, okay. So we're going from 1 to 27. So mod I x 9t. We need to do the, so hang on, what is the order here? We need to do the row and then the column. So it's actually going to be div I, and put that in t, and then copy t out to data. It's then going to be mod I x, which has not been altered, 9 into t, and then copy t out to hash data. And then it's going to be copying out the memory value out to hash data, which will be in the process of receiving from the source. This is a classic way to take a single index value and break it apart into rows and columns. So now we're going to jump back to loop. Right. So, at which point it's going to increment x again, and so on and so forth. So let's try this out. So, XA is going to go over there, and it's going to start trying to, grab the file, and it's going to start trying to write out, but it can't. Not yet. So add 1 to x. Is it greater than 27? No, it's not, but it's out of, oh, it is. Oh, hang on. What did I do here? What happened here? Test to see whether or not x is greater than 27. If that's true, then end. All right, let's try this again. So first, t has 0 in it. Then t has 1 in it because, except that the rows and columns start at 0. So this is actually not going to work. And the reason this is not going to work is we are going to reset that. In order for this to work, we have to start x at actually -1, because the very first legal value is going to be 0. And I could make it so all the adds happen after the copy datas. Which would save me an instruction, but I'm going to do it this way anyway. Copy -1 into x. Alright. Right, so -1. But inside the loop, we add 1 again. So, so we got 0 and 0, and then we copy that into hash data, and then we copy the value. Now, one of them has been waiting, so if I click, isn't that interesting? So the copy F to M, one of the cycles reads the value. One of the cycle writes the value out. But if the file read portion of it has already occurred, then everything advances when the reader is ready to do the read. So tiny little distinction about the timing there, but that's cool. All right. Right, x is going to 1. So we're going to write out 0 as the first value, 1 as the second value, and then the data. Now the tricky bit is going to be when this gets all the way up to 9, because what we want to see here, so x is 1. Sorry, in this case, the row is 1, but the column is 0, so this should go on to the next line. So this is fine. Think about, and so on and so forth. So let's get to just hold this down a bit and see how this works out. Think about, and then there's a bunch of spaces, and then on a couple of extra characters here, think about it, exclamation mark. See if these end. Now one of them is finished reading out the characters. That's XA has just run out of data. But we've also run into the end of the counters, I think. No, because X is 27. Which means that I've gotten that wrong, and the problem is it's going to actually stall in a second here, because the minute it gets to here, it can't get out of that read operation. It's stalled waiting for it. So actually what I want to do is if it's greater than 26, Or what I could do is, if it's less than 27, and we can do a false jump. So let's try this again. And actually, we're just gonna hit play and let it do its thing. Yeah. All right. So, lots of people kicking my butt in terms of instructions, but I'm not really particularly chuffed about that. The very simplest thing would have been to literally just write out individual instructions for each of the characters, but I preferred writing it in a structured style with loops because I'm not trying to do this as part of none of the game's requirements require me to be like in the top 5% or anything, and I could shine it down. I'd kind of be curious to see what these solutions are, but if I can't see them, then I'm not going to learn anything just by looking at the numbers, so what do I care? So, excellent, that was a great test. Now I just have to take the data, separate out the multiple experimental conditions, and isolate the processing. Okay, I have no idea what to do with this data. How about if you notice more people questioning authority? How about if you notice more people questioning authority, let me know. Okay. I wish I was old enough to go to Hackstasy. Hackstasy sucks. What? Hackstasy is awesome. You hate everything, X10. What is that? It's a club for hackers. Pizza, drinks, phone jacks at every table. It's sweet. I wish I was older. Oh well, I need to learn to rollerblade first anyway. I feel like vaguely that's a hackers reference, but... Alright. Yeah, meeting with Ember 2.
I have an important question for you.
Alright.
Imagine there's an out-of-control trolley and 5 humans tied up on the track ahead of it.
The trolley problem? Really?
But you can stop the trolley by... Maybe if...
Yeah. Blowing up the trolley?
No, that wasn't the one I was going to ask. Recalibrating. Say you had a friend, and you knew the friend could help you become... Would you ask for their help?
I don't know enough about the situation
Let's
to
say
say.
it was a situation where the friend had to sacrifice something in order for that to occur.
No, still don't know enough.
Okay, good to know. I'm going to process this information.
Alright. Gas, your zine is cool, but why use dead trees? You distribute the information electronically. Cheaper and faster. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. Or maybe I know how easy it is to tamper with digital communications. Yeah, so now we're doing communications and networky stuff. Connect to network. Can friendship exist without self-interest? Interesting. I'm going to argue it this way, which is not going to be part of the game, but since it's been asked. it shouldn't be without self-interest. And the reason why is because whenever you enter into a friendship, there's always the possibility that you didn't know them very well, or you made a mistake, or they change, or you change. If you do not have any self-interest at all, you could end up getting into something toxic that actually harms you, or that makes you miserable in the long run, even if you recognize it. I think you need to have self-interest in order to be able to make that judgment call. I think you have to take it upon yourself to evaluate whether or not a friendship is worth it. If it's a really good friendship, the answer should very, very easily be, yes, it's totally worth it. And so it may not be a big issue of self-interest, but the consequence of having no tie of self-interest into a friendship means you simply don't have a way to evaluate. Or you exclude yourself from having an evaluation of that friendship, mean whether or not you should keep doing it. So, probably doesn't. I mean, no point if there wasn't some benefit to both parties. That's another way to look at it. Because sure, if you were indifferent to it, if it literally meant nothing to you, not necessarily in terms of what you get, physically, maybe it's just a happy feeling, endorphins. But if you got nothing out of it, why bother? I mean, it could be, building a society, for example. Have friends, work with people, or you're lonely. It doesn't. I'm trying not to be cynical about that. The thing you get out of it could be very noble. Anyway, this particular file I need you to locate here. Don't concern yourself with whatever else you happen to see. It's all obsolete. Move file 276 to your host and leave no trace. Find file 276 in the network and bring it back to your host. Note the EXA cannot grab a file that is being held by another EXA. Okay. So the idea is to bring 276 back from its target location. Kind of implies, though, that if we can't go back, that we have to do a copy effectively. All right. Here's a problem. It could be in any of the end targets. All right. So I think of a couple of things. One, if we can query what nodes are available, then we could do a search. Because we would have to use a long-term memory mechanism to do it. Like we'd have to write stuff up to a file and carry it with us because we don't seem to have any other long-term memory storage mechanisms. But there's another option. We can create more memory by cloning more X's. You'll notice each of the left branches is marked as an 800, each of the right branches is marked as an 801. So actually, I think that's probably the intent. So let's quickly pop over to... I'm trying to find the entry that talks about debugging the phage. Alright, well let's look at the instructions because we may need to know that. So, file manipulation, communications, movement, link, and host. So host, copy the name of the current host into the specified register. I'm not sure how that helps us right now, but... doesn't appear to be any entries in here specifically about complicated networks. So we have to get clever. Here's what we're going to do. We are effectively going to so we're going to start out with basically trying to do this recursively. So we can't head back. So so somebody's going to have to receive a value. So basically what we're going to have to do, bring file 276 on in the network and bring it back to your host. We can't go back though. So we're going to have to do a couple of things. I think in file manipulation, we can't renumber a file though. Like we can't make a file of a specific ID, so I'm not entirely sure how we're meant to carry the data back, but let's hope that making a new file is acceptable. In which case, what XA can do is simply copy from M. Sorry, we're going to make. Then I'm going to copy from M into F. And I think if we drop so the question is, what happens if we drop if we just, do we have to explicitly drop? I'm going to answer that question by running it later. So, but XB, what we're going to have this guy do is we are going to we need to have one of our agents go down the left-hand side of each branch, and we're going to have it spawn one that goes in down the right-hand side of each branch. Okay, so because I think we're going to have to do this by cloning. I think at least that, because we can't go backward anyway. So we are going to create a copy of the EXA and jump to the specified label in the copy. If an EXA is holding a file while executing a REPL instruction, if an EXA is holding a file when executing a REPL instruction, the file will not be copied and will remain held by the original EXA. Alright, so that's a good thing to know. Alright. So here's what we're going to do. By default, we're going to copy 800 into X. And we're going to jump to go. Alright, when we're down here, we're going to mark go. So here, what we're going to have is we're going to mark write start. And what we're going to do here is we're going to copy 1 into X. So the main entry is at the top. The secondary entry is at write start. Or I could call it main write or something, I don't know. But in any case, we fall through to the actual behavior. And the actual behavior is to link link X, which is going to be 800 by default. So the very first thing that the very first one is ever going to do is go down to the 800 mark. Future ones won't. So what we're going to do is at this point we're going to see if we're going to fail by doing a grab. I guess that's file 276. All right, grab 276. Now, The problem is we can't test for file existence, I don't think. Yeah, so the error conditions on this are invalid file access or invalid link traversal. Those kinds of things can cause us to fail. So we have to handle those as separate cases. So the problem is if we try to grab this and it fails, it's already game over. So what we're gonna do, mark left start. So here's what we're gonna do. So, and by default, this is the way it's gonna do, because it's gonna treat 800 as a left-hand node with no right-hand node. So what we're going to do is, I think we need to use the REPL. REPL L, create a copy and jump to the specified label. All right. So we use the failure case as a way to terminate if we made the wrong decision. So what we have to do, though, is we have to decide to send a droid off to the left and to the right, because we're about to do this. We're about to basically do grab 276. But if that fails, the program just ends, and we won't have an opportunity to do anything else. But if before that we do REPL left start and REPL right start, then we have 3 bots. One that's going to do a possibly failing test here, and 2 more that are going to go down possibly legal avenues. Now, it is also the case that when you get to the end here, it's going to try to spawn bots that are going to go down the left and the right at the tail end here. And at that point, it's simply going to... Those are going to fail. So any of these 3 operations are potentially going to fail. Not the REPL itself, but having done the REPL, trying to do the link. So either the link is going to fail on left or right, or the grab is going to fail on the one that stays behind. In any case, the only one that's going to get past all of them is like the REPLs aren't going to fail. So, but if we get to this one, the left and the right ones we spawn are going to fail, but the one that we grab is going to be successful. And at that point, we're going to basically copy F to M. All right, let's try this. This is slightly scary. Okay. So we got the 3. We then grab 276, but that one just fails. All right. Then we REPL to the left start, and it's maneuvered down, and so the right start has as well. And then it starts doing its cloning. The ones that are there happen to fail. At these 2 fail because they don't find the item in question, and we make another leap. Right, so we got more and more of these cloning, but all of them die off. And at this point, we have several that are legal. So there we go. At this point, we got more that are cloning, and actually we can't replicate the right-hand side one because we don't have enough slots. Note the next thing I grab a file is being used by another XA. So I can't do the creation part. I don't think. So those get cloned, but maybe don't get shown as being cloned. Or they aren't allowed to run yet, like they have to wait till some die off before others come in. I'd have to follow that a little more carefully. But the fact of the matter is, there is only one here that actually started. Oh, it's stalled. Because it can't create another node. Didn't even get to the copy statement. So that almost worked. That almost worked. But it stalled because it can't actually do a REPL left start. Okay, so that's an interesting thing. If it doesn't have any slots, it's not actually able to do that until the slots clear up. That's going to be a problem. Because this would have worked other than that. Okay, one of the things I'm going to want to find out, because that's clearly not quite what I want to do. So let's... I want to find out if that's actually openable as a file. So let's clear this out for the moment. And we're just going to cheat for the moment. And we're going to have XB go link 800, link 801, link 801, grab 276, copy F to M. All right. That did not work because I did not have enough of these. Link 801. Alright, trying again. File ID not found. So what the heck is this? It's a networky thing. Alright, so, networky thing. File manipulation. We can't. Miscellaneous, communication, movement, life cycle, testing values, branching, manipulating values. Okay. Don't know how to do the networky part of this yet. Tape storage systems. Equity First Bank. Okay. So just find file 276 in the network and bring it back to your host. Okay. Kind of don't know what that item is, and I think I need to, I'm going to quickly hand tool. Thank you. I need to let's I need to look and see Did you cache? Changing the message. Okay. There's no specific instructions for doing communication. So it's just basically file manipulation, lifecycle testing values. So I'm going through in the background. I'm going through the manual, trying to find if there's a thing that talks about. If I can do a search, actually. Oh. Okay, so this looks like Trash World. Welcome to the inaugural issue of Trash World News. Alright, so... right. Actually, that thing looks like the thing that I need to talk to. Okay. Like it's another Exa. So... Alright. I have to talk to this as an Exa. So how do I do that then? Highway signs, debugging the phage. No, it's further along. Maybe this is a tape backup system. Let's check that out. All right. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to switch over to reading the manual because I'm going to read this one out. This is a new bit of tech. The fast pace of computer technology means a lot of stuff gets left behind, and the rapid shift to Exa-based computing has left a lot of interesting data on older storage media. Accessing storage from before the Exa era can be awkward, but can also be rewarding. You never know what you'll find. Here are a couple of older storage formats, now you can go about reading from them. Tape storage systems were often used for long-term storage or backup. An Exa-accessible tape storage system typically contains one host per tape unit, with each unit's tape mounted as a file that can be read and written. Each tape contains 0 or more backup entries. The data for these entries start at the beginning of the tape and is concatenated sequentially, making it impossible to tell which data belongs to which backup entry. Boo! It's going to take some work to retrieve that data. Metadata for the entries is stored at the end of the file in 3-value triplets. The first value is the entry's name. The second value is the offset into the data stream where the entry's data begins, 0 is the beginning. And the third value is the length of the entry. For example, to get the data for the entry with metadata secret 34 in the description down below, you would go to the beginning of the file, skip the first 3 values, and then read off the next 4 values in order. So we have to find the specific named file embedded in this tape backup. All right, that's going to be interesting. All right. It's 9 o'clock. What I may do is I may make this the... I don't think anybody's come into my stream, so that it does have an advantage here. I think I am going to make this the last one that I solve. And then I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go out and get something other than potato chips for dinner, because that's just terrible. I'm going to make something or do something, I don't know. And then chat about this game with my friend. And I will keep doing this game. I'm actually... This was a good distraction. I've got a lot of games on the go that I kind of want to add to. Heaven's Vault, for example. Maybe I'll do a little bit more of that later this evening. I'm not sure. This has been very satisfying. But okay, so I need to first of all be able to find the thing. but I need to leave no trace. So what I need to do is I need to do that bifurcation thing, but I also need to do a comparison to... I need to find... Is there anything that I can do that enables me to do a test against the existence of a thing without actually... So communications. Mode, trigger the M register. Okay, so mode toggles the M register's mode. Void, read and discard a value from the M register. Test MRD. So this is one of the very few things where we can test the existence of something and have it not fail. And crash the system. That's rough. Because I don't think... Yeah, so... test by explosion is about the only thing we have available to us most of the time. But test MRD. If the exit could read from another exit without pausing, set the T register to 1, otherwise set it to 0. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to walk down this tree like we did before, but we're going to do that test operation, but we're not going to explode if it doesn't happen. So can I do an undo of all of this? Yes, I can. So here's what we're going to do here. Let's figure this out. We're either going to start left or right, based on where we are. We're going to go down a branch. Having gone down a branch, the thing that we're going to do is we're going to actually, like, I was going to try to grab a file which would cause death if it failed, but the problem is I have nowhere to replicate left or right once I'm down there in this case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do basically test MRD. I guess that's sort of the M register ready. And it'd be nice if there were test FRD. I wonder if there is. Test FRD. No, there isn't. Anyway, that's fine. So we're going to test MRD. And that's going to set the T register. Now, if that succeeds, we're basically... so if that succeeds, so that true... we're going to go into search mode. The true jump. JMP is going to go into search mode, and we're going to go mark search down here. But if that fails and we fall, then that means that we're not in this tail end. What we are is we're in one of these interior modes where we have the ability to do the cloning. So we're going to wrap a left and right start. And then we're going to left start and right start. And then this one is going to, so this one is going to halt. And actually we don't need to do this anymore, because actually what we can do is we can REPL right start, but then we can jump to left start. Now here's the thing, when you get to the tail end for some of these other guys, we want to basically make it so that we can, so one of the REPLs will succeed, but it should immediately fail the minute it tries to do the link operation. So everyone else should die, except for the one that ends up here, which can't replicate, but we test to see whether or not we've arrived anyway before that happens. All right, so let's get to this point here, and then what we're going to do is we're actually going to copy 1 to M just to get the other guy to unlock, and we're just going to see what happens, right? This is not going to solve the problem, but okay, so we're having a problem where I have got these instructions out of order because I'm an idiot. So we replicate the right start, but then we jump to the left start. All right, here we go. Right, so they're a little bit out of sync, but that's fine. I don't really care about that as long as they all get to where they're going. Now, one of them, which is XB000, this guy, should test the MRD, T-jump to search, except it didn't work. Because it needs to be in local ping mode and then try to talk. Okay, let's make sure that I understand the tape drive mechanism. It's also arrays of hard drives you still use for certain applications. Within the array, each drive is typically mapped to its own host and contains up to 10 files. Okay. Tape storage systems are often used for long-term backup storage or backup. Consists of one host per tape unit, with each tapes mounted as a file that can be read and written. Okay, but how do I actually connect to it? Because that's the problem, is that I'm not actually attached. So probably I have to open a file by the name of the node, so I have to get the host name, the host node. All right, so all right. So before I test the MRD, I need to basically figure a way to copy that host name. This is awkward. It is called host R. Copy the name of the current host into the specified register. Okay. Okay. So I don't care about X at the moment. So host X. I then want to grab X. Test MRD. No, except it gets access as a file. It doesn't get accessed as tricky. So we have to open a file in order to get at this. Okay, once again. All right. Once again, link 800, link 801, link 801, link 801, copy. Sorry, host into X. Copy F to except is it like my kind of no, because you can only do seek operations on a file. You can't do it on on an exa. So this has to be file based. So grab X, copy copy F to M. So this is just going to be a bit of test code. It's called N8000, and a numeric value is required for the file. I don't know how to talk to this thing. All right. Let's take you down to local then. And let's say instead of this, let's just try that. No file cell. Oops, that's not what I wanted. It's not copy F to M. It's copy M to X. But I mean, that just means I'm going to be pulling out the one value. Okay, so let's try this. So I'm trying to receive from that, and it's not working. So I'm not able to pull that out. Okay. Alright, let me think about this. Of the instructions I have available to me, so I'm very quickly going to turn back on the manual so you can see what I'm doing. I'm basically scrolling through this looking for a critical piece of information. Toggle the M register between global and local mode. Discard and read a value from the M register. This exa could read from another exa without pausing. Set the T argument. So we're not talking. The problem is that's the thing that's driving me a little bit bonkers. If we're meant to seek around this thing, the file manipulation mechanism, all right. Accessing data in legacy storage. This has to be a legacy storage system. An X-accessible tape storage system typically consists of one host per tape unit, with each unit's tapes mounted as a file that can be read and written. Each tape contains one or more backup entries. Data for these entries starts at the beginning of the tape, and it's concatenated sequentially, making it impossible to tell which data belongs to which backup entry. Boo! Well, that's fine and all. But how do I specify that I actually want to talk with it? I say. I mean, it kind of looks like an exa. Kind of looks like an exa. Which means if it's technically, you know, an exa that's sitting there trying to accept commands, then I would have to send commands to it to get it to do anything, maybe. But all right, well let's try that. So let's disable that. Go back into the game. Let's copy 1 to M and see what happens when I get down there. Oh, except that I meant that to be local. So let's try that again. So I wrote it, but it can't get past that point, which means it's not really receiving. So the thing is, when I got its name out of the let's go back to the full program here. So this isn't right, but I can't just grab the, so host X grab X is clearly not working, because when I do this, a numeric value is required. So right, hang on. So we're going to replicate right start, we're going to jump to left start, but the other thing that we're going to do is how are we going to do this? Well, I mean, I already basically tested that if I go down, I have no ability to access this thing. So if on XB I basically go link 800, link 801, link 801, link 801, and I try to host into X and then grab X, it just fails, right? Because if I do this, boink, 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 X gets what is that, pi 1000 or pi 8000 or n 8000 or something, but then it needs a numeric value to access something as a file. Like, I'm actually stuck as to what that thing actually is. So Tape storage systems are often used for long-term storage and tape backup. I have to, you know what? I'm sitting here spinning my wheels on this stream, and that's not actually helpful. So what we're gonna do is we are basically going to back out of this to say unknown network 1. So I'm gonna Google for what that thing actually is. So this is called Exapunk. Unknown network 1. Trying to do this without actually accidentally seeing a solution. Do. So frustrating because it's a little hard to figure out what I should even look up. It's the biggest problem that I'm having. All right. Yeah, now I've actually probably lost my undos, right? No, it's still all here. That's clever. I just literally don't know what to do once I get there. Like, I don't know what the device is. Can I just grab 276 while I'm down there? Alright, so I'm getting some hints as to look up information on the bot life cycle stuff, but the problem that I'm actually having has nothing to do with the bot life cycle as such. It's that I can't actually get it to grab the file. So, link 800, link 801, link 801, 801. So grab 276, is that even a thing? File ID not found. Yeah, so I'm having a problem that has nothing to do with the coding, because I could work through various solutions to the problem. I just don't know Okay, so let's say that's a disk access thing. So, says here, arrays of hard drives are all used today for certain applications because they store files data across multiple drives. They're faster to read and write, but also more complex to access. Within the array, each drive is typically mapped to its own host and contains up to 10 files, starting with file ID 200 up to 209. Each file will contain 100 values divided into 10 chunks of 10 values each. The first file in the drive should contain a table of all backup entries contained in the drive array. Each entry consists of an entry's name followed by the addresses of the chunks storing that entry's data. A chunk address is a number between 100 and 999 that points to a chunk located somewhere in the drive array. The first digit indicates the drive that contains the chunk. The second digit contains the file that contains the chunk 09 mapping to files 200 to 209, and the final digit indicates the location of the chunk within the target file. For example, to receive chunk 527, you'd access drive 5, grab file 202, seek to offset 70, and read the next 10 values. Okay. Except that's great and all, but that doesn't actually tell me. Alright, well, first things first. Let's see if this is actually the thing that I think it is. So let's see if we can grab 200 from it. File ID not found. So I don't know how to talk to this thing. Oh, for heaven's sake. For heaven's sake. Now I know what the hint about the file lifecycle is. Okay, now I recognize. Okay, so the reason it looks like an exa is because it is an exa. It's not mine, but I thought the exa was acting as an intermediary between myself and the device because it wasn't really clear what that character on screen was. What it actually is, and I probably should have recognized this from the way my other bot XA looks like, it's actually an exa holding a bot. Right? Sorry, it's an exa holding a file. And in order to get that file, I have to take that file out because one of the rules earlier on in the thing is, so in the lifecycle section, if you kill another exa, so you issue the kill instruction, it terminates another exa in the same host as this exa, prioritizing exas created by the same user. If there's more than one possible target, the target will choose in an unpredictable manner. But there is only one other target, and it's not going to kill itself. Because to kill yourself, you would just do the halt instruction. So what I need to do is I need to go down there, and I need to kill that bot off. But in the process, that opens up a slot. So in opening up a slot, it is maybe possible to do the REPL. I'm not sure. So let's find out what happens. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get back to... God, I feel like a bit of a tool. All right. So in LinkX, we're not going to replicate, but we are as we go down. The very first thing that we do when we go into an area after the link is to kill anything else that's in there. So let's see what happens now, just for giggles. So it's only immediately after linking that we do the kill operation. But because of that, there's no one else there yet. So here we go. That gets killed. That is actually XB000. So let's see if we can ever get past that REPL. No. So we've managed to get to the point where if we do a kill and then we grab a file, we're okay. But that grabbing a file could itself kill the current process if it's not one that's legal, right? So here's what we can do. We can go back to the beginning, and we can say, kill off the bot that's there if there happens to be one there. Okay, we need to find a way to... We've done that, but we can't grab the file. If we grab the file, we die. So what we need to do, here's what we need to do. We need to have someone go down the left and the right, and but we need a bot to go in there specifically to see if we can open up a file, and we need it to die if it can't. But then it needs to be able to be followed by a bot. And bring it back to the host. I have no idea how we quote bring it back to the host. Okay. We need to have a bot that's able to first go into an area with the only intent of grabbing a file if it exists. If it exists, we're effectively done. And then we can do some other work, right? And then we can kill ourselves off. At which point, so we need to move the file to the host. We can actually destroy the file, which means any further bots that enter that area are going to try to grab the file and fail anyway. So the very first thing that we have to do, we have a left start and a right start. The very first thing that we have to do, having gotten in here, is to replicate ourselves with the intent of just going in and checking a file. So we are going to repl into check. So we need to, let me think about this a second. So let me think. We have to be able to send a bot. We need to send a bot down with the intention of only checking a file, because that could kill it. At which point it can't do any more work. All right. So we're gonna do left start search and right start search. We're also basically going to have a section down here, which is okay. So when we do go, we have a direction that we're going to go, and what we want to do is we want to first of all send a single bot repl test file. Now X currently has the direction we want to go, so the test file is going to actually no, we're gonna actually have repl do search, because I want the searching. So the repl do search is going to be basically down here. So this is going to be mark do search. I'm just going to clear this out because I have to keep myself thinking clearly here. So that's gonna basically start here, but it's not going to execute yet, and that's actually going to effectively, this bot will have not moved, so it's going to actually attempt to jump to the right start and repl to the left start, but having done the repl do search, it won't have actually executed those jumps yet. So this guy is actually going to immediately link to X. So the one that initially enters is going to clone the searchers that are going to come behind it, but it's going to go ahead and try to test for the file. Now, I don't know what's going to happen when you try to link to an area where a spot is not yet open. I'm hoping it'll stall rather than die, but let's find that out. So the first thing it's going to do is it's going to link. It's going to kill a bot that's there. It's going to try to grab 276. Now at that point, that bot may die. That's okay though. If it dies there, totally fine. At which point, we want to basically copy from the file to the M, and then that's where we want to be able to halt that guy. If he succeeds, that guy's not quite done, because actually what we want to do is wipe the file, which erases it. And then we're going to halt, which means that I'm going to be destroyed. The searchers that follow behind are going to try to jump to the right and repel to the left, which is going to continue the search process. Now, eventually... and actually we have to do that in the other order, right? Because we have to repel first. So to repel to the left, start, and it's going to jump to the right. So basically this is the same as what we had before, except that before we spawn off the searchers, like, we're going to repel a do search, and that guy is going to himself go down the right-hand side, but before that he's going to start the left-hand side. But that being said, the one that does the repel do search is then going to itself move ahead of the searchers that are coming behind it and try to grab the file. And it's only going to try to grab the file one step ahead, because if it doesn't grab the file, it's just dying. All right, let's try this. Hoi! And I'm just going to reset these. We're just going to do left start and right start, so that's fine. All right, here we go. So, so the searchers are going to go behind, because I don't know. I could basically set this up so that it's not doing the same test all the way down. My friend is pinging me, have you eaten? And the answer to that is no. No, I have not. This works because it's eventually going to walk all the way down. Because what I could do is have explicit instructions rather than looping that goes down the known 4 layers before it gets to the end. I prefer, again, to do this by loops, but let's just find out. So we're going to repel, so that's an extra copy, but XB goes ahead. And that's a problem, because we're going to build up a bunch of clones up top. What we want... Oh, that's brutal. We want... When we do left start or right start, we don't want them. We want them to move first before doing the search, because they've been told to go that direction. So that's totally not going to work. We have to do the link X first, because that's where we've been been told to go. We then, once we get there, we then brain is starting to hurt. I have to do this in a very specific order if I want to do this by loops or by recursion. When a bot starts, the first thing it's going to do is it's going to try to go down a path with the intent that it's going to spawn the searchers behind it, the left and right searchers, and then it itself is going to go ahead with the intention of checking the file. So it has to go down the path. It has to do the search, but then it's going to go through the process of doing the file stuff. So, all right. So there it is. It's popped in. It's replicated 1. But then it itself, XB, is going to advance. No, it's not. It has to do the test. Yeah, oh, this is just rubbish. Well, crap. I have the right idea here. I just have to get the things in the right order. So, the thing is whatever one, the one that gets to go down first, has to be the one, that does the test, in the place that it's gone to, and it can't get held up. Trying to do the repels, right? Because the problem is if it goes in there and tries to do the repel, it's going to get stalled. So right, I have to do something. All right. The thing that I can't do, I have to assume that if I'm going to go into an area, if one of the bots is going to step forward, it's going to want to step forward with the intent of testing the file. Before it does that, it has to spawn bots that are going to follow in its wake with the intent of not testing the file, but it's going to want to spawn ones that follow behind. To make the choice of the next bots to send along. It's like I need to... Every bot knows where it's about to walk into. It's already given that. It doesn't have a choice. What it's going to do is it's going to spawn two bots as a mechanism of making a future choice, and that's what the do search is about. So right. So the very first thing it has to do getting on to decades of programming here. And I'm being stalled by this because I'm just getting old, man. With the exception of the very first node that I'm in, every one of them has a left and right child. Every bot that gets started is going to know that it's going to have to do one thing. It's going to have to take a step into a room, into one of these nodes. I groove it out to the tunes at this point, actually. All right. All right. So, yeah. Sorry, just chatting with my friend who says I really should go out and find food, and she's not wrong. So basically, here's the way I see this problem, and I'm going to tackle this again. I may tackle it offline because I don't want to leave you guys hanging. I'm going to go out and grab a proper bite to eat. My plan is this. Basically, the bots that travel down the network have to be of one of two modes. They either have to be advancing because they're going to do a file test when they get to the end, or they have to be advancing because they're intending on bifurcating and sending more search bots down. Those are two different kinds of entry into the next node, and each bot has to know which reason it's taking to go down another step. Now, I can either describe that distinction between the two by two sections of my code that do the advancement, which is totally a thing that could be done. Or I could have it by way of using one of the registers, maybe the T register, to say sort of which mode it's in as it makes the jump. Starting with 0, so that 0 is search mode, but 1 is go forward and test the file, test the existence of the file mode. Now, the reason why this is necessary is because I have to do the test with the assumption that the bot might die. Right, that is the test, and so existence being the test, it means that I have to be careful. I have to send that bot in advance to possibly die, because if it succeeds, then we're done. But if it fails, I don't want to try to replicate in a place where I can't do replication. So, that's my logic, but I am not going to sit here and try to solve this now while I technically need to go out and just grab myself something to snack on. It has been delightful. I'm going to keep doing this, and if I do solve some of these offline, I will show you the story beats on this, and I'll show you the code as I wrote it. But I will live stream as well this game, because I'm going to enjoy this, and my friend will drive me absolutely bonkers, keeping me interested in the project. So I see that I have another viewer on stream, and I'm sorry that you came in at the tail end of this. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go grab myself food. If I have enough energy when I get back to dig right back into this, then I will turn the stream on again. It's going to take me about half an hour to 40 minutes in order to sort this out. I'm absolutely adoring this game. I will live stream it. I'll live stream the story bits. I will talk to you all shortly. I'll talk to you whenever the next stream happens to be, but it will probably be just a little bit more this evening, even though it's getting on to 10 o'clock actually in the evening my time. Damn. All right. I'm going to say this again. If I decide to get back into this for a little bit more this evening, I will live stream it, but don't count on it. You'll just have to touch base with me. I'm really sorry you came in at the tail end, whoever's listening. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm going to keep doing this. Subscribe if you like to catch me whenever I come back up. I don't do this as a day job, so it's a little erratic when I come on stream, but there you go. It's Code Weaver. Thanks for joining me, and I will see you in the next stream.